everybody, and welcome to the latest edition of the Techstrong Gang. I'm your host, Mike Wizard. Alan Schindel is, of course, still on vacation, but he'll be coming back any day now. In the meantime, we're going to be talking about Gartner, AI, and hype cycles, and we're also then going to talk about the future of the IT team, because they're going to be able to build all kinds of interesting applications in a way that's much easier. And then finally, Bonnie's going to take us through how FinOps and sustainability are about to converge. You're watching Techstrong Gang. All right, folks, welcome back. Let me introduce the gang for today. We have Paul Nashawati, who's joining us from, I believe, North Carolina still. Is that true?
That is very true. Yes, it is.
All right. And then after that, Paul is the practice lead for application development for Futurum, by the way. And then we have our own John Schwartz, who kind of works for Futurum and Techstrong Gang, but he's out on the West Coast. John, how you doing?
I'm doing well. It's good to be here.
And then finally, we have Mark Hinkle, one of the regular gang members, is returning. He's one of our resident AI experts. Mark, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Great, Mike. Thanks for having me.
And finally, of course, we have Bonnie Schneider, our resident expert on all things green, IT, and climate change. Good to see you as always.
Good to see you, Mike. Thanks.
All right, folks, let's get started with this AI stuff and the Gartner hype cycle. I've never been a big fan, and I think everybody kind of knows that. But hey, we have to measure something along the way. And one of the things that seemed to come out in this Gartner hype cycle is it felt to me, Mark, that the more realization is setting in about how long it will take us to get the benefits of investments in AI. It seemed like last year everybody was kind of maybe engaged in a little irrational exuberance. And so are we growing up here, or what's going on, Mark?
Well, I think that's with every new tech and shiny object. Everybody gets excited. And then the framework for Gartner's all right. I don't know about their insight is the trough of inflated expectations. But this, AI, the foundational stuff that's happening today is real. But when you see the crazy amount of investment in startups and new products coming out, or they're not really products, they come out as betas, and people are like, yes, this is, OpenAI Sora. Everybody got excited about it, but we're not out making movies yet with OpenAI Sora. I think it's, it's foreshadowing, and it happened in the internet. We all thought that the world was going to change overnight, and 24 years later, we were reaping the benefits. I don't think that's the same length that we'll spend for AI, but it's moving a little faster, but it's still the same thing.
Right. John, to Mark's point, when I was out in the valley for the .com bubble, are the bubbles kind of exploding faster? It seems like we're
they are.
Through this cycle.
That's a great observation, Mike. Yeah, they are. But everything's faster, right? And every successive bubble seems to expand faster. I was going to say burst, but expands faster. And I think even the Gartner analyst acknowledges that. There's a quote here where he mentions that the CEOs in particular tend to be optimistic and bullish about any new type of technology or novel technology, and about 87% of the CEOs agree the benefits of AI to their business outweigh its risks. Yet, at the same time, I think only 4% of the businesses they talk to use AI to produce goods and services, and most of those the highest concentration come in tech, so they are the early adopters. But you're right, it's going to take a lot longer for this to seam its way through other industries.
And Paul, welcome to the show. Have we always kind of overestimated the impact that IT actually has on productivity? I mean, it's interesting that Gartner's talking about there'll be a boost in productivity, but if I go back in time, those productivity numbers don't really move all that fast just because we have invested in IT. So how should we kind of evaluate our investments in AI? What's some more context about what exactly IT does for productivity?
This is thanks for having me, Mike, on the show. This is a really hot topic. And when I look at my research and kind of layered across the hype cycle from Gartner, there's a lot of similarities, but there's also some differences. And one of the differences that I notice is AI is being used to address some of the skill gap issues, also being addressed to your point, for productivity and to increase the delivery of applications. What we found 9 months ago was there was a 18% of respondents to our survey indicated that they're using AI in their production workloads. We reran that study recently, and after 9 months, that number jumped from 18% to 54% of AI being in production workloads. So the adoption of AI is coming. It's coming fast. Why is that? Well, what we're finding is there's a need to drive more applications and more insights to these applications, and create these tools faster. And by utilizing AI, it allows these organizations to have an accelerator to do the job that previously would have taken more man hours to do. So I believe that there's a desire to utilize these tools. I think that this is an evolution, and there's certainly a maturity curve that has to occur here as well.
I agree with that maturity curve, because I think that one of the obstacles in implementing this is getting, when you're leaning into AI, to be more productive. Sometimes in the beginning, it might make you feel like you're being less productive because you're getting over, okay, can AI do this? No, that doesn't look right. Let's try something else, or trying different, leaning into different models to get better solutions. So it's tempting to spend a lot of time on AI and then say, well, this isn't actually making me more productive. So I think getting over that hump is important.
I think there's usually a large gap between what the IT people see as a possibility and what normal humans can kind of pull together. But Mark, I wonder if we overemphasize these large language models, and maybe the great innovation that's about to come is these more domain-specific language models, the smaller language models that are maybe easier to deploy at the edge. And the second wave of this thing may be more profound than the first wave.
Yeah. I mean, I think when they came out, the old adage that when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail applies. And so everybody was saying, oh, I could do this and that. And I think where it's really good is at helping us sift through data, draw insights, and take the massive amount of data that we have and get through it more effectively. But where we're at today, there's lots of talk about agents and automation and other things. And it's just, there's a big gap between its ability to sift through data or generate images versus actually, exhibit some kind of intelligence and reasoning. And that's the gap that we're going to see for the foreseeable future.
Oh, one of the things that strikes me too is that it's not just end users where there's a gap with adoption of new tech, but developers, it takes them a while to kind of wrap their heads around things and how to use things. And I'm sure there's tons of proof of concepts out there, but what's your sense of how proficient are developers these days incorporating AI into their applications?
Yeah, that's a great question. When I think about the incorporation of the new tech stack and the new tools to accelerate the job, businesses there was two things. One, we tend to be, and just as human nature, tend to be creatures of habit. We use what we know. We perform better with what we know. But organizations are changing their KPIs in order to release code more rapidly. Actually, we're seeing in our research that 24% of organizations are trying to release code on an hourly basis, but yet only 8% are able to do so. And that's largely due to the heritage tech stack that they're using. So with that said, developers are basically looking at these new tech stacks in order to adopt new skills in order to do their jobs more efficiently, more effectively. And that's largely driven from the demands that are put on them. There's also increasingly been a shift moving from day 2, day 1 to day 0. So shift left kind of mentality of not just on security, but across the board. Testing, QA, anything in the CI/CD pipeline for the SDLC is impacted by that shift left mentality. So developers are looking for ways to automate and use the right tools in order to be more effective, in order to have their jobs, to do their jobs. We're also seeing that maintenance mode for a lot of these applications is still a good percentage. It's still a third of the time that's spent. Actually, I'm sorry, it takes 2/3 of the time for most developers are spending in maintenance mode, and a third of their time is spent on innovation. And that seems to be an area where developers are looking at how to grow their own skill and grow their own desire to do the job. So focus on innovation requires understanding new tech stacks, requires basically delivering code faster and applications faster.
Hey, Mike, can I mention some of the industries that I think actually are going to be early adopters? I know in the report they mentioned manufacturing and healthcare, but we have a story coming out, which just came out today on Thursday, about contact centers. This is kind of the contrarian view, where they are actually adopting this. And one of the companies that I know is very, very engaged is United. They see this opportunity, even among their customer service agents who are open to the idea of using AI to kind of reduce the redundancy in their jobs and let them do other things. I know this, we always hear this, and there is a threat to some of maybe many of their jobs, but there's this value that they see in this. And maybe they start off, maybe this one industry that we look at as being most endangered by AI actually might be one of the early adopters and pioneers that show others how to use it along with human beings at the same time.
I'm going to be a little cynical. Are there certain industries where the customer service is just so abysmal that AI couldn't make it any worse? So what the hell?
Yeah, that's part of it, right? You eliminate, the easy solution, right? That sometimes we can't find in the loop.
Wow. Yeah, and especially customer service where it's all about people complaining. You'd rather have AI.
Right.
It's much more patient than a human, yeah.
I mean, I'll digress for a minute, but yeah, I had a misadventure involving an airline. I won't beat them up too much about it, but it was pretty clear to me that the issue was that the people behind the counter just didn't know how to use the software that they were being presented with. So this task that they were trying to do was just way more complex and couldn't actually switch a flight standing there, even though I'm watching other people get their ticket switched because the other person seemed to know the software better.
Well, that seems to be the running pattern. All these studies and surveys show the training always lags behind the adoption. And, they throw this in technology in front of someone and say, okay, use it. It's going to make you more productive. But the amount of training that goes into this just never seems to meet their standards.
So, John, what is the mood in the Valley? Because we talked about this Goldman Sachs report on a previous show, and I don't think you were on it, but it was pointing out that the investment cycle for benefiting from AI for a lot of these companies is going to be more extended than maybe initially thought. And there is a lot of money floating around in the Valley tied to these AI projects. Will they all kind of survive, or are we going to see them all kind of die in the vine for lack of revenue because it's just taking longer than they anticipated?
Remember when you were out here during the dot-com bomb, the dot bomb era? There are going to be companies that are just going to go away, wither away. There are those who are going to be acquired. They're looking for an exit strategy when they realize that they don't have the revenue stream they thought they did. A lot of them are going to be squeezed by the big tech companies. That's unavoidable, I think. So there's a bit of panic that will set in. Right now, there's this kind of gold rush mentality, but then stark reality hits, and that's when you start seeing a lot of movement, and most of it's going to be bad.
Yeah. One of the things I regularly enjoy when I do go out to San Francisco is driving down 101 and looking at all the billboards of companies I never heard of, and I have no idea what they do. But
half of them are going to be out of business in a year or so after they put up their billboards. I mean, especially there are exceptions like Twilio and some others in Salesforce, but for the most part, you're right, Mike. It was like a marker, landmarks of, okay, that one's gone. This one has no chance. This one probably has a chance. You could almost bet on half of them being gone.
Mark, is there a big giant roll-up coming or what?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot. Like, there is a similarity to the .com era, but I think the technologies will keep going. I mean, I'm talking to you on a Chrome browser plugin using JavaScript, and that's an artifact of Netscape, which went public in 1995 and had 100% run up on its IPO. And, if we're talking internationally, Global Crossing raised, I think, billions of dollars to lay those cables across the country, and they got bought up by pennies on the dollar. So the artifacts or the technologies and the infrastructure is going to live on. But, anybody that takes the kinds of ridiculous amounts of capital and thinks they're going to provide a return on investment, I think I'd rather buy lottery tickets.
Paul, what do you tell people who are developers today about AI? Should they go work for startups, or should they be looking more towards the companies that are going to implement this stuff? And maybe that's where the action is going to be.
Well, I think I'll take a little bit different stance to the conversation here. I focus, as we know and kind of pointed out, I focus on the developer and the DevOps and the platform engineering teams. That's my persona that I go after and I talk to. And all the companies and vendors that work in this space are building solutions and solving problems that are addressing anything in the SDLC, in the software development lifecycle. Now, there's a big difference between what we've learned over the years and, from historical kind of areas where things kind of rise and fall. I think there's a big difference now is the market in the tech space is very cyclical. And what we find is this innovation is being born out of necessity. If you take a look at the CNCF landscape, for example, if you go to KubeCon or any of the associated shows around that, there's a significant amount of point solution vendors. And I agree with the folks on this call saying that, not all of those vendors are going to survive, and that's fair. However, I do see in this space is because of the open source ecosystem and because of the openness of this ecosystem, there's going to be, and it's happening now, and there will continue to grow, is a consolidation of not just partnerships, but acquisition. So we're going to see this constricting and kind of ebb and flow of the tech stack, where there's a need to build out those point solutions to help drive the inefficiencies in the CI/CD pipeline, or as well as the SDLC. But we're also going to see some of these companies basically emerge as the front runners, and those are the ones that are going to drive the business forward. So you'll see, just to sum that up real quick, we're going to see kind of that bifurcated approach where a lot of these tech stacks will be, if they're not already in open source, they'll be open source, and then the commercialized version of it will be then incorporated into a way to monetize for these consolidation of these companies together. So to answer your question, Mike, it really depends on the developer's needs and what they're looking to do for their own career path. I think it's very rewarding to fix a problem that you know is out there, which goes back to my point of developers like to innovate. They don't like to be in maintenance mode. So if they're starting out in the startup world and they're innovating, that's attractive to developers. That's the direction I would recommend. But if you're looking for some more stability and some more focus on product that are in market, maybe the larger companies are the right way for you.
I would just say proceed with a certain amount of care. And John, you know this, and maybe this is one of the dirty little secrets.
Yep.
And then one of the dirty little secrets of IT and venture capitalism is the VC firms are kind of like movie studios, right? There's probably about a dozen of them that really drive, and they all kind of magically seem to come up with the same investments in the same area at the same time. And then there's like 15 companies that are all trying to compete in this tiny little sliver of a spot. And then, like a lot of the movies that the producers put out there, a third of them never get made because they just die on the vine. And then the other third probably get, rolled up in different movies where different studios get together and they create a movie because they discovered they were all making the same movie.
Can I make an analogy? Remember back in the late 60s when Easy Rider came out? Mm-hmm. It was something so different, so unique that all the studios decided we're going to make a biker movie. We're going to make a counterculture movie. They all tried. It didn't always work. Often it didn't work, and it ruined a lot of studios temporarily. And I think the same type of principle applies. So I think you're dead on about this VCIT dynamic.
Right. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing because it takes the risk of investing in new technologies off of, say, a major company that they're hoping will buy that company. And I think most of these startups are never really designed to go public per se. I mean, when it happens, great. But for the most part, it seems to be, shall we say, built to flip is about the best way I can describe it. But Mark, am I overstating the case?
There's so much I want to say there, Mike. I think that I just look at it like tulip mania of the 1600s is when tulips became a worldwide thing, everybody wanted them. They're spending the equivalent of a year's salary on tulip bulbs, not individually, but that's just sort of the analogy. And everybody went crazy about tulips. And what happens now is I can go in and get a pack of tulips for, $5 at Lowe's, and they're everywhere and they're not special. So, people are emotional when they're with their investments, and this whole venture capital model, those guys get paid their management fees, whether they make money or not. And, I think it's, a matter of incentives. The incentives are to put that capital to work, and the entrepreneur's incentives are to make money. But, they're playing against this with a stacked deck, because you just never can get escape velocity at these, $1 billion round for AI training, like Scale just raised, or, 400 million here, $500 million there. It's crazy.
All right, folks, I'm going to leave the AI irrational exuberance conversation here, and we'll be back in a minute.
Discover how cloud native is becoming the new compute stack. At Cloud Native Now on July 25th, we will explore the transformative shift towards modern containerized and microservices-based applications. Learn why Kubernetes remains a dominant force in container orchestration and how WebAssembly is emerging as a powerful complement. Don't miss this opportunity to stay ahead in cloud native development. Register now and claim your spot in the future of tech innovation.
All right, folks, and we're back, and we're talking about AI again, but this time with a slightly different spin. AWS has been showing a tool that would enable a traditional IT team that might have built an app in the past to create an app instead of using a low-code tool in a database, or if you really want to reach back in time, something like Lotus Notes, to build an app for the HR department, or they used all these extensions, and there are a lot of internal-facing apps that IT teams built. And this one is low-code tool, natural language interface, type in what you want, and it will just pop out that app at the other end of it. And I think what's happening here, maybe, and we'll see, but Paul, I know you were at the event, but the role of the IT team internally might be changing, because if we do give them these Gen AI tools and they can pop out a new app in, let's say days, does the whole relationship of what that IT team that actually does for the organization kind of change and evolve, because maybe that application backlog starts to just kind of disappear?
Yeah, I think that's really great. Kind of segue to the delivery of these new applications and how these applications are coming together. So Amazon did allow announce last week or so the ability to produce these applications much faster, and by doing so, there's risk to doing that, right? When you bring these applications and bring them to market much faster, you have to do sounding of these applications, or grounding, I should say, of these applications, right? To make sure that the applications are delivering the results you're looking for. And when the announcements that came out of AWS and a lot of the other vendors are starting to do this as well, and making that developer velocity much faster by introducing ways to create applications without having to have the full-on developer experience. Now, there's kind of goods and bads to that. It's that whole garbage in, garbage out model, where if you don't have the right prompts or the right things you want to ask for, you're going to create a less desirable application. However, if you create, know what you're looking for as the end user of that application, or as the line of business for that application, and you're looking to develop it, you may produce the right prompts. But what I like about the approach that AWS did at their announcement, as well as some other vendors are doing, is they're doing things like fine tuning for the data that comes in, embracing things like Amazon Q and SageMaker that kind of help that kind of driving of the user-friendly interface that allows for that, quote, citizen developer or the line of business to develop their applications faster. But also doing things like connecting tools like Bedrock and knowledge bases together allows for the AI creation. Like, so Mike, you were talking about that natural language and creation of those applications using prompts and such. That's really an attractiveness, as well as I mentioned grounding. And this is something that early on, and when AI first came out, and it's getting a lot better now, but when AI first came out, there was a lot of hallucinations. There was a lot of data quality issues. This is getting better. And having those data sources, whether it's a large language model or a small language model, from the core to edge to cloud or wherever that data may reside, grounding is a big part of it. And that's an important part. But the big focus, or one of the big focuses from the event that AWS was driving, is this new era of builders, and using the Q apps or Amazon Q apps in order to do that allows for IT organizations to do that. Again, going back to what I said previously in the segment, having the developers focus on innovation and rather than focus on maintenance. But this is a double-edged sword, because if you create a lot of applications, somebody has to make sure that those applications are, properly regulated in governance and compliance and following the business practices. And guardrails is a way to do that, right? To make sure that you have a way to provide that. And guardrails, just to be clear, there's a product called Guardrails, and there's also just general guardrails in your organization to do so. So as long as IT is overseeing the creation, delegating that work out to the lines of business seems to be the desirable approach.
I don't know, Mark, I'm trying to struggle with this in my mind these days and I'd love to get your input here. The question has always been, so we have professional developers and DevOps teams, and they've been building applications for folks using internal and external. If the IT team now can go build their own apps using a AI tool, and Paul also mentioned another tool that AWS has where basically they're saying end users can also create their own applications, and they can use that application will get generated by a few prompts that you type in, and it will create a personal app for you essentially, and that application will be easier to create than it would be for you to go find one in a repository and actually learn how to use it. So they're basically saying everybody and his brother will start creating their own apps, and they might be redundant or whatever, but they'll be highly personalized. But be that as it may, what will be the role of the professional developers and DevOps teams if end users and IT folks are building more of applications themselves? And how does that all come together in your mind?
Well, I mean, I think that it, for anything important, there still needs to be some level of governance and rigor and analysis. I don't think that these apps will get that great for a lot of your key enterprise apps, but you may have, I think John earlier was talking about the productivity and skills gap. I think that's where those apps are going to fill in. But at the end of the day, if you're touching enterprise data, highly sensitive, highly correlated to revenue, I still think there's going to be central AI, a central app, and maybe AI will just help, as a copilot. This copilot model is probably more what it'll look like in an enterprise software setting.
All right. So, Paul, let's come back to that because, again, maybe being overly cynical, but there's a lot of apps that we ask professional developers to go build, and they get on this list of things that they're supposed to work on. And frankly, they're kind of boring, tedious, and not really a high priority. So then they don't get built. So will this kind of rebalance the system in a way so that those applications that people need will get built, but developers will have more time to focus on the stuff that really matters? Is that a way to think about it?
I do. I think that's the right way to think about it. And then also just kind of to respond to the last kind of comments, I think that when we look at the cadence of delivery, there's less patience to go slower, and there's actually a desire to go much faster. So business KPIs are pushing for developers, DevOps teams, et cetera, to make sure that applications get created faster. So if you look at it from that perspective, there's a lower barrier of entry when you introduce tool sets that don't require the highly skilled developer to create. Now, what this does is it frees up the true developers and organizations to innovate and create those high value applications that do require impacts to financial systems, et cetera, as we just talked about. But I think that there's the lower, I don't want to call them lower value applications, but the applications that don't require as much innovation that can be handed off to others, that allows for that workload to be distributed faster. And, I think that when we look at it from that lens, this opens up new opportunities and skill sets for organizations. And it also increases the productivity and efficiency, because you're not putting everything on the developer or the high valued developer that's focused on, that innovation, right? So that's where I think that there's a lot of shifts in the business. And I think that's really where we as organizations are kind of looking at these things going, okay, if we're going to move faster, you can't just keep dumping everything on the development organizations to do stuff, because they just don't have enough time and cycles in a day, right? So if you're going to do that in order to create those applications, you need to create those applications in a way that the resources can be expanded out to different people in the organization.
I think that also creates a better corporate culture within each organization. If the burden isn't being placed entirely on the developers to do these more tedious things that can be done elsewhere, I think that creates just a better culture for the organizations to communicate within each other and their departments, and to kind of understand how to be more productive overall.
Well, 100%, and there's less finger pointing, right?
Yeah.
There's less finger. So if the request historically comes in from the line of business saying, create me an app that does X, Y, Z, and then the app doesn't do exactly what the line of business is asking for, now the line of business is responsible for creating their own app. Then it creates for a healthier culture.
Definitely.
All right. Well, let me argue the opposite of that. And John, maybe you want to weigh in here. So let me get this straight. One of the mantras coming out of the Valley is that we're going to build more software in the next 2 years than we built in the last decade. Okay. I can see how that's going to happen. But John, I don't know. Does that just mean there's just going to be a lot more crappy software running around that we're supposed to manage? I mean, the people
well, that kind of goes back.
Stuff.
It's an interesting parallel with all the companies that reared their heads. Some of them are very ugly heads, by the way, that came out during .com and also during AI. There are going to be some things that are going to be totally silly. There's some things that are just never going to gain any traction. I mean, even some of the stuff that's done with the best of intentions. For instance, on Wednesday, Salesforce announced its first fully autonomous AI agent for customer service. On the surface, it sounds really interesting, and perhaps it'll work really well. But the only thing that kind of I see as a downside is one of the analysts who was briefed on this told me that they did a survey on AI and language this spring, and only 6% of workers believe AI would automatically act for them without a human in the loop. And basically, most humans are not open to a fully autonomous AI system. So even the best of intentions from one of the best companies doesn't necessarily mean it's going to gain traction immediately. So yes, Mike, in a long-winded way, what I'm saying is there is going to be some great stuff, but there's going to be a ton of crap as well, as we've seen year after year after year. And that's just goes with the territory, right? There are a lot of people with a lot of ideas. Sometimes they don't have enough funding. Sometimes the execution goes slightly awry. Most of these companies, you think even back to Uber, they started off as something entirely different before they pivoted to success. So it's a trial and error process. And something's going to come along from someone we've never heard of that will break barriers, break through walls. It will be incredible, but we don't know yet. And that's why this stuff is so interesting to me.
Mark, what do you think? Are we on the cusp of, I don't know for what to call it, AI software crap fest? What's going on?
Software is always a crap fest.
Right.
Us software guys put the bugs in there for job security.
That's your secret, Mark. All right.
But seriously, I think that when you have an accelerant to the development of software, like we do with GitHub Copilot or OpenDevin and some of these other projects, we're just going to, it's easier to make software. The infrastructure to host that software, from things like Vercel to new things that are coming out from AWS, we're just going to have more. And when you have more, I don't think that there's any magic bullet so far to make that software better. It's just more software faster is where we're at right now. So more crap, to your point, Mike.
All right. But wait, there's more. Can I not build an AI model that will fix the crap created by the AI models and the humans? And there'll be like this other loop of things where I can kind of create another layer of AI that will fix things. Paul, what do you say?
I think that there's, checks and balances that have to go across organizations. I think, when I look at I go back to maturity of organizations. There are different, organizations that have fully mature and have fully implemented, AI solutions all the way to the right. And there's some that are all the way to the left that are just getting started and not sure what they need to do. But they're the ones in the middle are the ones that are there's some point that they're trying to drive through. And then when I relate it back to, I just did a study, which is somewhat related, but did a study on observability. And the study came back and it said that the tools that are used for observability is that most organizations using 6 to 15 tools to get those observability solutions in play. Okay. Well, they're building more they're using more tools to do the observability within their ecosystem. But when it comes to AI, they're doing a similar thing, right? They're using the different tools. There's all these different promises to deliver the best of the best type of thing, but they all have their weaknesses and their different use cases. And I think if you look at, for example, Claude just announced the availability of an Android app that harmonizes across web and iOS. That's great, but is Claude great for every use case? I would argue no. Is ChatGPT good for every use case? I would argue no. But if you want to create a tool or, say you want to create programming, you may want to use one AI tool for one thing. And if you want to create content creation, you may want to use another because it has that advantage over based on the learning and the LLM in the back end. But Mike, to your point, AI layered on top of AI, layered on top of AI, actionable insights is going to drive what the changes would be. So if you I think the AI on top of AI conversation, that's more of the complexity that's being introduced. And that's going to have to change over time because organizations are not going to want to have this complexity. And frankly, they're not going to want to have these fragile systems that are built on top of one another that'll just break. It's a house of cards.
All right. I'm going to leave the conversation there, but I will warn everybody, we are about to experience that proverbial thing called too much of a good thing. We'll be back in a minute.
I'm Bonnie Schneider, sustainability contributor to the Techstrong Group. I'm excited to introduce you to a groundbreaking new initiative from Techstrong Research, the Sustainability Pulse Meter. The Pulse Meter offers valuable insights into how environmental responsibility factors into tech purchasing decisions for key players in the industry. Position your company as a leader in the industry and differentiate from your competitors with the Sustainability Pulse Meter, offered exclusively from Techstrong Research. Welcome back to the Techstrong gang. Well, we've talked a lot about different ways to have more green operations, and that's kind of referred to often as green ops. And then we talk about being more financially responsible to optimize costs, known as FinOps. But how are these two processes and practices working together, and how are they being in applications also being able to work together to optimize costs, let's say, and energy efficiency in the cloud? I took a closer look at FinOps and GreenOps.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Schneider with your Ecotech Analyst Insights. Cloud management is evolving, with FinOps and GreenOps emerging as key practices. But what are they, and how do they relate to each other? Let's start with FinOps, which is an abbreviated term for financial operations, uniting finance, tech, and business teams to optimize cloud spending.
And GreenOps.
The focus here is to reduce the environmental impact of cloud operations. In essence, FinOps helps organizations spend wisely on cloud services, while GreenOps ensures those services are as eco-friendly as possible. U.S. data centers currently consume 2% of national power. Experts predict this will double by 2030. FinOps and GreenOps are not only counterparts, they actually work in harmony. That's because cost-effective cloud practices often align with eco-friendly choices. It's a win-win for saving money and protecting the environment. So how can organizations get on board? Start by tracking carbon output along with expenses. Consider migrating to greener cloud regions or adopting serverless architectures. Companies adopting FinOps and GreenOps will likely outperform competitors in both cost efficiency and environmental stewardship.
So optimizing these two practices together can be demonstrated in many ways. For example, one is data tiering, where we're automatically looking at data closer to or that we're using more often is automated. So that's stored in a more energy efficient area. But what's also interesting is implementing it into energy use and cost as well. I mean, one study found that if you optimize and you reach out to energy just at certain times a day versus other times a day for computing, you're going to save a lot in energy use and also in costs. And Google, Microsoft, and AWS are introducing processes that have FinOps and GreenOps working together in their practices and in their offerings. So this is a growing trend of presenting to the team of how to be more energy efficient as well as being more green in their processes.
On one level, I love this. It is overdue in high time. I mean, FinOps, you should be measuring energy. Energy is a cost issue, and then it comes out to carbon, and it all should be one kind of metric that I can track, or a set of metrics that are in the same dashboard. On the other side of this thing, FinOps, it's quote unquote relatively new concept, and basically it's IT and finance teams are getting together to define a set of metrics for tracking cloud consumption, infrastructure costs, and we act like this is a new idea. And the fact that it's a new idea is terrifying because, I mean, what the heck have we been doing for the last 10 years? Basically spending money on the cloud without anybody actually monitoring usage and cost or any of that stuff. I mean, Mark, are we really that much of a set of drunken sailors that we don't know what's going on?
I do think that especially in cloud services, we've gotten to a point where since it's usage based, and because there are so many different moving parts, it's really hard to draw a correlation between the delivery of service and where the cost is. A good example would be in like serverless applications. The serverless compute is very, very cheap, but the event-driven architecture behind it at 0.0005 seems like it's a cents per action seems really, really cheap, until you try and realize that there's hundreds of thousands or millions of those events happening every day. So I think it's an observability problem and then a mapping to your, finance. But I think we're getting much better at it than we were 5 years ago.
Paul, who's at fault here? And I ask this question because we have allowed developers to provision infrastructure at will on their own all these years. We gave them these lovely infrastructure as code tools, and they told us that they needed to go faster and they couldn't wait for centralized IT. And now, we got cost issues and we're killing the environment. So how do we fix this?
Yeah, well, I think that it's very clear that you have to have controls and governance in place when you're talking about self-regulation. Now, the days of submitting a help desk ticket and waiting 3 days for that change to occur, those are long since gone. I mean, organizations are not going to tolerate that. DevOps teams won't be able to reach their KPIs, and organizations just won't. It just won't work anymore if you do to go back to that model. But with that said, allowing self-service provisioning is a good thing, provided that you put the appropriate caps on top of the self-service provisioning. So if an organization says, "Hey, a DevOps team needs to provision more resources," they're not typically the ones that are responsible for the budget, so they're going to over provision every time, right? They're going to say, "I just need the resources to do the job," and honestly, rightfully so. They just need to get their job done and get it done appropriately. there needs to be awareness that organizations are putting in place, whether it's human capital or software stacks that allow it. There's plenty of tools out there that do analysis of the resources and utilization of those resources in order to provision the appropriate resources for those ebbs and flows of the workflow that occurs. That is something that needs to be explored and understood prior to doing the architecture design. It should be in the forefront of the design versus an afterthought.
I don't mean to disillusion you, but what he basically said is developers have no idea how much carbon is being generated.
That's right.
Application.
That's a really good point, and I think that that's one of the things that has to be looked at, which is why the tools that are being introduced now are making it for developers to be able to do the carbon calculations at the same time. That is being recognized from what I can tell by the vendors. So make it so it's simultaneous, make the reporting and the energy use completely clear and transparent as they go. So it is an evolving thing, and I agree that would be the first thing that the developer might say.
Mark, can we accomplish this with behavior and incentives and maybe asking people to do the right thing, or do we need to come down hard with a bunch of regulations that start with the words "thou shalt"?
So you said can, and the answer is yes, but will. And I think you hit on the right thing is when we started incentivizing people to, look at how they build things and how it affects the carbon footprint. Sure. But the other part of that is it also going to align with the business goals is the short-term thinking of companies that are building apps and addressing opportunities in the market consistent with the long-term concern of making sure that we don't turn ourselves into a sci-fi dystopian, bullet snow train or whatever, Snowpiercer, or one of those kind of situations where we kill the planet.
I think that there's definitely incentives, but one of the things that also comes into play is customers and employees within each company are also driving this. So you have the green ops and the FinOps coming together for those reasons as well. So if being more sustainable is making the employees and the customers happy as well, and it's doing better, as you said, for the planet, but it's also optimizing costs, that's when it becomes a win-win situation.
Right. John?
Oh, I was going to say, Bonnie brought something up that was really interesting about the employees kind of driving some of these initiatives. I think that's really interesting, and it's also really true out here, especially. A lot of people choose to work at companies based on not just the salary and the brand name and opportunities, but basically also what the company stands for. And a lot of people over the years have shifted allegiance from one company to another based on what that company does. If they're more green aware, which is long overdue, or they think about politically what they do on the side in terms of efficiency. I know it's like Mike, I'm quite cynical about a lot of this stuff, but it is at least heartening. It should have taken place years ago, but actually the fact that we are in this kind of FinOps era is encouraging. I mean, before it was just wanton overuse of energy without any thinking of the consequences, really. So anyway, I want to throw that in.
All right, let me come back to wanton overuse of energy without considering the consequences. Okay. Mark, we're building more data centers than ever. And a lot of this is being driven by AI. Mm-hmm. And I can't help but wonder if a lot of the compute resources being used to drive those AI applications warrant the amount of energy that's being created and consumed. Because let's be honest, did I really, really absolutely need to generate more carbon so I could write a better email?
Yeah. I mean, I think it goes back to our earlier point is that it's hard to measure. And what Bonnie is surfacing there is vendors are now, putting that correlation because you're not consuming something that is easily correlated to how much energy it's using. You're an IT staffer in a big company and you have to bring in the next application and without, connecting the dots. But, right now, if you look at the sector that is doing the best around AI beyond technology is utilities, because we're just sucking power, and all of these data centers are, maxing out very, very quickly.
Is that part of the problem here? Is that it seems like it's been an issue for all aspects of climate change, but we don't seem to be able to correlate outcomes to cause, and no one seems to know for sure or can say definitively, because other people seem to argue about it left, right, and center. But is this just part of a larger conversation where we're just not able to kind of connect those dots to Mark's point in a way that everybody will go, oh yeah, there's an absolute fact?
Well, that's funny you mention it, because I think that AI is actually one of the factors that's bringing this to the forefront. And I just want to also share this with the panel. If we're looking at AI and we're talking about we know we're using more energy and we are building more data centers. So how are we going to keep these data centers cooler? Well, that requires a lot of water. So that's bringing it, and we can all relate to wanting to save water resources. I think that's universal. So that's one area. And then it says, okay, well, we know we need to keep these data centers cooler. Maybe we should build them in places where there's cooler just geographically, like Finland. So that's what Google's doing. So I think that because of the obvious AI demands on energy, the obvious admitted use of water to cool data, that's helping to bring this to the forefront, where it's almost maybe years ago, well, we don't really know how much energy we're using. I think it was plausible deniability perhaps many years ago.
You weren't having this conversation during the cloud era, which just kind of goes back to this. I'm sorry to interrupt, Bonnie. Yeah. It goes back to this AI phenomenon where people are so invested in learning about the technology and its repercussions and its impact that they think about other things like the impact on the climate, etc. That's something that didn't happen, I don't think, nearly as much with previous cycles of technology waves.
Mark, follow me here for a minute, but it's awesome. There's going to be a data center in some cold place, but there's this thing called latency that gets involved, and suddenly I want to run my AI model at the point where the data is being created and consumed. So I push it out to the network edge, and that other Finland data center is just too far away. So now I got to move closer to something, and geography plays an issue here with the laws of physics, and then that messes up our whole energy equation. So do we need a better sense of the math here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing I'll latch on to there is that whole latency thing. Is I think we're going to see more AI at the edge. I think that our personal devices will be able to handle a lot of the queries that we're sending to data centers, and they're going to run on, efficient Apple AI chips and the chips that are from Qualcomm that are going into the Android phones, and, we'll offload some of that. And I do think that we'll probably not have such a, corpus of AI that right now OpenAI is sort of the center of the AI model universe. And despite their, billions in money and partnership with Microsoft, it's still a very centralized amount of AI compute going on there.
I know. When I was a child, my father would come home and regularly yell at me about leaving the lights on. So are we not kind of getting the same thing with AI prompts? It's going to be like, how many prompts did you need? And do you realize how much energy you consume?
Well, ideally, that will be automated by AI. So you'll know the right amount of prompts, and maybe you'll be more conscious of it. But of course, if there's a reminder, yes, that would definitely help. But I do think that there are ways that are not, and I want to present this to the panel as well. I think that there are ways that can be automated, can be optimized, that we probably are right under your nose, but you're not realizing it. Like, for example, the example I used about time of day, energy use, what can be automated? What resources are we pulling right now that maybe we don't use very often that we can put a little less energy towards? I think that for maybe not the largest companies, but maybe the ones that haven't really brought this to the forefront, they may find that this FinOps and GreenOps combination will be able to force them to look at it from a different lens, where maybe in the end, which is the end result of saving money.
All right. So I think, we've been running along on some of our other sessions, and I think we kind of got to the point, because I think you're spot on. It's about the metrics.
Yeah.
And the more you can at least see what's going on, the more your behavior will change, even if you don't believe in whatever it is that you're being measured on. If other people do, you'll change your behavior if you're given the metrics, right? If somebody kind of tells you something, you'll at least think about it. And that's about as much as we can hope for at the moment. Hey guys, thanks for being on the show. I want to plug our next segment here is with Bob Resselman, who's going to be, well, Bob, he has issues, and he's looking at the fact that, well, do you really have choice when you only have 3 choices, or how many choices should you have? And a lot of times, we can find ourselves, even in the age of the cloud, we have t-shirt sizes, small, medium, and large. And does that just kind of narrow our thinking? And so Bob's going to kind of open your mind a little bit, I hope. And after Bob comes the rest of the lineup for the Techstrong TV gang today, or the Techstrong TV series, I should say. And by all means, check that out because, well, it's going to just be more awesome and riveting conversations. Thank you all for spending some time with us. We'll see you next time.
Okay, so this is a story about choice, and it goes like this. It seems that we live in a duopoly or triopoly sort of world where we have choices between 2 or 3 things. So, for example, we have like Amazon or Walmart or Coke and Pepsi or Fender and Gibson, Intel, AMD, FedEx, UPS, Mac, Windows, or maybe 3 choices, AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. It makes sense that things consolidate because you really do need huge market share in order to stay in business. The side players are just the side players. It really is the big companies that can command almost monopolistic market shares that can succeed or even survive. So it seems that our choices in things are a little limited. Now, that's not to say that we don't have broad choice. For example, in the database world, we're seeing a lot more activity because Postgres is taking on a commanding market presence, whereas before it used to be Oracle or MySQL or Microsoft SQL Server. There's a lot more diversity in the database world. But in technology or in general consumer stuff, it really is duopoly, triopoly. So what does this mean? Do we really have choice? Well, yeah, we can choose Coke or Pepsi. And what's our criteria for Coke or Pepsi? Oh, I like the red can as opposed to the gray can. Who knows? But it's not a lot of introspection, which leads me to this point. Once you start reducing choice, that there's only 1 or 2 or maybe 3 things to choose from, you might really start losing the ability to analyze things in order to make a choice. If everything sort of looks alike and they just have different names, what real choice is there? Why do I have to think about it? I'll just go with whatever color I happen to like. And that sort of degrades the decision-making process, particularly in light of other things, such as maybe Tory and Labor and Republican and Democrat. Maybe what's the real big difference? And there's arguments to be made there. But the fact is we don't have a wide variety of choice. And that limits our ability to think about making choices. Does it matter? I don't know, but I think it's something worth thinking about.
Welcome back to 6.5 Summit. I'm Dave Nicholson, Chief Research Officer, and I'm here with a very special guest from MemoryX, their CEO, Keith Cresson. Keith, how are you doing?
Very good, Dave. How are you?
Good, good. Welcome. I've been looking forward to this conversation. This is a very, very interesting area. Maybe some of our viewers have heard of this thing called AI. And there's a lot of work to be done in this space, and you folks are doing some really good work. Why don't you tell me about Memory X? Who are you? What's the problem you're trying to solve? In my Wharton classes that I teach, we like to ask the question of folks, what gives you the right to exist in the market? Fill us in.
Especially in the world of AI, where there's so many different players, and it's very hard to stand out or be different. And we are probably one of many, but let me tell you why we're different. So we're a startup founded at the University of Michigan, and we develop AI accelerators or AI hardware and the accompanying software that goes with it. And one of the major problems we heard years ago when we started the company, we hear even today, is how difficult it is to take new models, get them up and running with good power, performance, accuracy, without a lot of heavy engineering work. And so our goal is to provide best-in-class metrics out of the box, without modifying the models, without anyone needing to know or understand our architecture. We just provide a set of tools, and customers can use those tools to use existing models or port their own models. And like I said, get them up and running very quickly, very low NRE and fast time to market.
Okay, not to be cynical here, but I've heard this story before.
Well, bye.
we're really because look, I'm dubious about any claim that sounds like it's we do everything for everyone, makes everything more delicious and nutritious at the same time. So let's put some meat on the bone. Prove this to us.
Yes, there's always suspicion. I had suspicion before I joined the company, and I can promise you every investor has the same suspicion. I think it's whenever you develop hardware, it's easy to say best performance per watt, simplest to use, and you're done. And it definitely is good to dive a little bit more. So let me explain how we reduce the complexity a little bit on the software side and kind of how it's done. First, kind of bound the problem. So our focus is on inference, not training. So that's already bounds part of the problem. Our focus also actually right now is more on classical AI models as opposed to the latest model that comes out, yesterday or the day before. And we talk about Gen AI, we go to conferences, talk about Gen AI and generating new content and what's the latest chatbot. And there's a place for that in the data center, no doubt about it. But when we talk to embedded platforms, really folks are just getting to the point now where they're comfortable deploying computer vision centric models in their applications where they can trust it. They have their own data. Their data has been fitted, right, for their sensors, and they have their models. And so applications like security or retail or industrial or manufacturing, these sorts of customers are just now at the verge of deploying computer vision. And that's basically what we're focused on. So it's inference. It's mostly computer vision, although we're great with any streaming input. Now, let me explain maybe a couple of the technical areas, which I'm sure is what you're looking for. So first, we run the entire model on our hardware. So we don't go back and forth to the CPU, back and forth to a GPU, back and forth to a DSP. So that, again, simplifies things. So we connect to a host. The host just sends the data to be processed, and on our hardware is the entire model that does the processing. So there's no dependency, bus contention, memory burden, anything like that. Also, we did everything from the ground up. So we don't use a third-party software. We don't use third-party DSP. We didn't start with RISC-V, nothing against RISC-V, but we didn't start with any third-party IP. It was literally build and design the state machines from the ground up. So we did that with every processing block. We have our own dedicated ISA specifically for AI operations. We don't have caches. We don't have prefetchers. We have a data flow architecture with at-memory computing. And it really simplifies the hardware. We try to make the hardware as simple and performant as possible and put the burden more on our own software tools, like at the compiler layer. And for example, our hardware doesn't even have a NOC or a network on chip. It's a pure data flow architecture at memory computing. And you add all these things together, and it turns into a solution that we can prove that is very, very quick and easy to use. And like I said, at not the expense of accuracy and not at the expense of power performance metrics.
So you alluded to a market segment that you're focused on, vision systems specifically. I want to get to that in a moment, but I'm curious about. It's interesting because when you describe what you do, it reminds me of an era when there was an argument, probably an argument that continues to this day. Do we have our general purpose CPU? This is the argument of the past. Do everything, or do we create maybe custom ASICs, FPGAs? This is in the past to do specific things very, very efficiently. Fast forward 2024. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this problem's even worse today because when you're talking about 1,000 watt or 2,000 watt GPUs, I imagine that those 1,000 watt or 2,000 watt GPUs can do some of the things that you do.
They certainly. Yeah, they certainly can. Yes.
And so, leading question, do you need 3,000 watts to do these things?
Yeah. I think when Moore's law started to decline, many, many years ago, the realization was you have to do things at the architecture level and not the physics level. So obviously multi-core CPUs, and you have dedicated engines for each application, a dedicated engine for graphics, a dedicated engine for camera. And it makes all the sense in the world to have a dedicated engine for AI. And in fact, GPUs are starting to add some dedicated AI engines as part of the GPU, right? But we're very focused on AI. We're very focused today on streaming inputs. And because of that, we can have a very optimized solution. So something you can do on a GPU with hundreds of watts, you can do on our system with single-digit watts. And so we have a very clear value proposition. If someone needs to analyze, 20 data streams or 50 video streams or something, you could even run it. Well, actually, you can't run it on a CPU. You could run it on a GPU for the most part. But we can do a side-by-side with the latest GPU, and, there's an order of magnitude in efficiency and size and thermals advantage to using a dedicated AI accelerator.
So with that in mind, this idea that you're targeting certain market segments where you can deliver efficiency specifically in a lot of different ways, not the least of which is power consumption, kind of segment out the market. I think on one end, you've got data centers with nuclear power plants directly next to them. On the other end, you've got devices we wear on our wrists or we carry in our pockets. Where do you fit? And then tell me more about the vision systems that you alluded to earlier.
Great. Yeah. So it's important to separate kind of system architecture and design point. So we have an architecture that's very efficient in terms of scale. So we can build something, for the high end, for the low end, and all parts in between. We chose a design point with our current product that doesn't focus on saving every microwatt, and it doesn't focus on getting the absolute best performance in a data center application. I think there's plenty of mature vendors and even startups going and cloud providers going after the data center. But on the edge platform, single digit watts, something in an M.2 type form factor, or a USB, plug-in, that's really where we're focused. And there's a lot of existing and new applications emerging that want to take advantage of AI, things that people have never thought of before in embedded systems that now they can do with the help of AI. So from a power standpoint, that's what we're focused on. From an application standpoint, what's really a sweet spot for us is there's hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of dumb cameras out there in the world. Cameras that don't have intelligence built in, and they're monitoring in retail or safety, in a factory or, lots of different, street corners, lots of different scenarios. And in the vast majority of cases, that data is basically being saved for offline analysis. What we want to do is enable those cameras that are streaming information to become intelligent. And the way we do that is cameras are streamed into a central, edge server. We can provide AI processing on that edge server for just, a handful of watts and process, 20, 50, 100, 500 data streams by just using some of our M.2 cards and then action can be taken. So AI can be used to figure out what to do at that intersection or what to do in terms of safety or if there's a security problem, as opposed to something happening and then pulling up the recording and doing an analysis after the fact. We want to enable kind of real-time capability, and that's a really good sweet spot market for us. And then in the future, we'll be expanding our portfolio, but it makes sense to focus on a niche where you're really good to begin.
So if I have a warehouse and I already have 100 cameras that are, let's say I've put the system in the last 5 years. We're not talking about 50-year-old CCTV, but something a digital camera system that's feeding into, at this point, let's say it's just recording. So it's just, you can take that data stream, and when we talk about the concepts like core and edge and the Internet of Things, there's always a question about how far out do you push intelligence to the edge. You're saying in that scenario, you don't need to push your intelligence out into the camera device, but instead you can be in the server that those devices are feeding, and the intelligence can live there.
That's exactly right.
Okay, I know that might seem like an obvious point to make or to clarify, but I don't think that it is when some camera manufacturers are trying to push intelligence to the edge. Wait a minute, we already have cameras.
And many also send that data to the cloud to be analyzed. So it costs a lot of money in terms of communication. There's privacy issues. You lack control. So it's much, much better to do things locally if possible, and will enable companies to do that locally. So even retail shops, if you have 20 cameras in your retail shop and you have a lot of retail shops in your city, you might have hundreds or thousands of cameras going to a central location. We can either be, at each store or at that central location, running one or more AI models concurrently to analyze those data streams. And like I said, we partner with other software vendors, and then you have a real-time action that can be taken depending on what the customer wants to do.
So on the subject of partnership, it sounds like that's important from a go-to-market strategy. There's a difference between monitoring activity on a dock where ships are coming in and out, and monitoring activity in a retail environment or a traffic scenario. Is that where the rubber meets the road there? Is that your collaboration with partners that create those end user solutions?
Absolutely. And there's a number of partners. You have the company that builds the box that accepts our hardware. Okay, that's probably the easy part. But then there's companies that specialize in AI models for certain industries, vendors that make certain customer-facing dashboards so they can take action, or integrated into software in cities for smart city applications. And that's why, for us, ease of use is so important, because there's so many different applications. They're changing so fast. You want the ability to upgrade to the latest model seamlessly. We want to support a broad set of customers, but not have engineers that have to talk to each customer. We'd much rather provide them with a set of tools and get them up and running very quickly with high accuracy, with very, very low touch from us. And so that's why the link is there between kind of the market that we're going after and our product. Our product in terms of great metrics for streaming inputs, because we're a pure data flow operation, but also the ease of use that's so extremely important that you'd think other people would solve, but it's a very difficult problem to solve. You can make it easier to use, but you normally need to give up on something else, like accuracy.
Yes. Well, on behalf of a grateful world, I'd like to thank you and the folks at MemoryX for not being distracted by the shiny object that is chatbot generative AI at this point, and really doing the block and tackle stuff that businesses need.
Yeah. Gen AI is certainly exciting, and there's a lot of good applications for that. But it's one thing to focus on, the technology where the market is. Another thing to focus on the application of that technology. We're really focused on the application and the practical ramp of it.
Keith Cresson, CEO of MemoryX. Thanks for joining us here at the 6.5 Summit.
Thank you.
Dave Nicholson, for the rest of the crew, stay tuned. More to come.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
Hello and welcome to the Techstrong AI podcast. I'm Amanda Rosani, and with me today is Mike Vizard. How are you doing today?
I'm great. I'm in New York today, so it's a gorgeous sunny day here. It's not even 80 degrees. It's amazing.
That sounds so nice. For us, I believe it's going to be 106.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to start off with some Futurum Group news. This is an article on Techstrong AI, and nearly half of some 1,000 enterprise buyers and influencers of AI products intend to change or add new vendors this year based on a study by the Futurum Group. So can you go into a little bit more detail about this, and how is this impacting businesses?
Yeah, I found this particularly fascinating because I've been trying to struggle in my own mind. It says, well, if every vendor and his brother is going to add AI capabilities, so what would make one switch from one to the other if they all have similar AI capabilities? But, John Schwartz wrote this for us. And one of the things that he pulls out is that a lot of these AI implementations are a little shaky. And so people are now testing this stuff and determining which ones are real and which ones are kind of AI washing. A lot of folks are, because they're getting beat up by either investors or their C-level execs at their company, have added capabilities. And it turns out that not all these things are well vetted or well tested. So this seems to be a lot of concern now. And I imagine a lot of IT organizations are actually putting a lot of this stuff through their paces because it's a matter of trust at the end of the day. I mean, and part of the problem is we keep positioning this stuff as if it's always going to be 100% right. And all these models are probabilistic in the sense that they are going to be prone to errors, and we can do things to reduce those errors, but it's never going to be 100% perfect. Now, if you've got a process that needs to be 100% perfect, well, then maybe you need to put some humans in the middle of this conversation, because otherwise, if you're relying solely on a Gen AI platform, I promise you, there's going to come a day when Murphy's going to come up and bite you.
Yeah, absolutely. That human element is still very important. And I think sometimes business leaders are putting a little bit too much faith into these AI tools.
Well, and they all have dreams of, reducing the cost of labor to zero and creating all kinds of interesting new profit margins. And there's some truth to that. But, remember, on the other side of that coin, so let's say that I implement all these AI workflows and I reduce my costs. Well, I'm going to have a competitor who within about 30 days is going to do the same thing. And then they're going to reduce their price to match to gain market share. And then we're going to have this rapid race to zero. So be careful for what you wish for here, because maybe not everything's going to play out the way you think it is. Customers are pretty savvy and they figure out exactly what you're doing and how much it costs you to do it. And then they start figuring out things like, well, what's 8% of their total cost? Because that may be the actual price. And so if your total cost is a penny, you're going to be making 8 cents.
Yes, indeed. Good. So moving on, a lot in the open AI news world. So we have a couple of different articles. One is OpenAI has scooped up Rockset, an enterprise search and analytics startup, for an undisclosed sum on this past Friday. And this is a pretty big, significant acquisition. Additionally, the need for more safety testing has delayed this month's launch of OpenAI's latest voice assistant for ChatGPT called Voice Mode. And they'll be now doing a broad release of the assistant in the fall. So what are you hearing from companies in regard to OpenAI these days?
Well, I'll give them hats off on 2 points. One is, hey, they had the courage to kind of stop in something that they knew or suspected wasn't going to live up to expectations. Clearly, there's been instances where Google should have followed that advice, and now at least we're starting to see OpenAI behave a little more responsibly with this stuff and say, hey, we're just not going to experiment on customers and hope for the best. So that's a step in the right direction. The acquisition of Roxen is pretty damn smart. So the thing about the way we work with LLMs and the way that we customize and extend and train them is we show them additional data that's in a vector database, and we let the LLM see that data, and then it will compare the data sets that it has versus that data set to generate some sort of recommendation. The challenge has been that the LLM historically has run through its data first and then went to your data second. So you get a lot of noise in the system that can still lead to hallucinations in that approach. Roxen's interesting because they have a way to run that algorithms in parallel across both data sets at the same time. So you're going to have less hallucinations with that model. And I think we're going to see some interesting things happen across the board here in this whole sector. And it's just going to be a fascinating time, as they say.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And they've got a lot of things that they're working on. And of course, in this big race and competition amongst other big companies. So it'll be interesting to see how everything unfolds with them. So moving on, speaking about databases, we have another story about Oracle. Can you give us some details about this one?
Yeah, this is kind of rock and roll as well. Oracle is saying that it's going to embed the LLMs directly into the database. This makes a lot of sense, right? Because the LLMs are looking for data, and, well, we're actually going to bring the compute to the data. I know that's a radical idea. It's the way we used to do things 20 years ago before the cloud arrived and everybody decided we were going to move data into the cloud. But now we're coming a little bit full circle. It's still in the cloud, but at least we're going to bring the algorithms and the compute to where that data in the cloud resides. Eventually, we might even do that on premise, which would be even cooler. But I think this is the beginning of a trend. I think everybody who sells a database is going to have support for LLMs in the database, and we'll go from there. And it's just another format. This may be the dominant way that enterprises wind up consuming generative AI and customizing it for their own purposes. And I may occasionally need to call out to a very, very large language model run by OpenAI or somebody like that through an API, and I'll do that. But LLMs are coming in t-shirt sizes now. There's small ones and medium ones and large ones. And if that's the case, I can certainly run the small, medium, and even some of the smaller, larger ones in the database itself and drive much better performance. And, oh, by the way, I don't have as much security concerns, and I certainly don't run into the headaches of moving data. As they used to say back in the day, nothing good happens when you start moving data.
Yes. And, to your point, too, I think what we've been hearing a lot from business leaders these days is they are looking at whether or not it might be better to be on premise than in the cloud, and then whether or not their project involves a large language model or if it might be better in using a smaller language model.
Yeah, I think the whole thing's going to wind up being a little hybrid. I think we'll run a lot of LLMs, even smaller ones, on personal devices. You saw all these kind of new PCs that are floating around out there. And then they will talk to medium-sized LLMs that might be running in a data center, and then they too will in turn talk to LLMs in the cloud, and they'll all have these multiple interconnection points, and it will just be one giant hybrid language model framework.
Yep. So next up, we have a news story. This is about a robot coworker of sorts, courtesy of Orbi AI, which claims to have developed the only available enterprise-ready automation platform that melds patented Gen AI with intelligent AI agents and a large action model. So what are your thoughts on this one?
I think this is a cool idea. I'm not sure about the only. I think, though, that everybody who's doing anything in the automation space is going to extend those things to include LLMs. Now, are they a little further down the path maybe because they wrote something natively and they pulled all that stuff together and they didn't have to smash old legacy code together with, some sort of newfangled LLM? Probably. But our organization is going to rip and replace that which they have today to do that? Unclear. The Futurum survey that we referenced earlier suggests at least half would consider that. So we'll see. But, the problem with all these startups is they gain any traction at all. They seem to get scooped up and acquired and rolled into something these days versus becoming a standalone company forever. And I got this nasty feeling that all this AI stuff is starting to feel like a giant R&D project for other vendors to essentially roll up in time. And, maybe we'll just have the same old players again using AI instead. I'm not quite bought into the fact just yet that there's going to be an AI standalone companies that are going to stand the test of time. We'll see.
It really does seem like if they're a smaller company, it's a big struggle to stay afloat without being bought up by a bigger company.
Right. And if you're an enterprise, that sits in the back of your head. It's like, okay, do I really want to spend an inordinate amount of time with these guys and kind of develop that level of investment in those skills and everything that goes with it to wake up one morning and find out that they've been acquired by some other company that I kind of can't stand?
Yep. Playing that game, the AI game.
That's what it is. It might be called AI roulette.
Yep. All right. So next up, again on Techstrong AI, Datadog has made generally available an ability to observe large language models that IT teams can use to monitor, for example, latency, token usage, exposure of sensitive data, and toxicity. This was announced at the Dash 2024 conference. So can you share more about this?
Yeah, I think this is pretty cool as well. We need some ability to see what's going on with these LLMs and without being surprised. And we've all seen examples where people are getting outputs that are, shall we say, concerning at the very least. And plus, we need to monitor the performance. We have observability today that we use broadly in DevOps environments, or at least monitoring, and now we're moving to observability, to be fair. But LLMs are just one more thing that we need to keep track of, and they're directly part of the application environment. So why not use a set of capabilities that we're already using for other software components and apply it to the LLMs? At least that's the Datadog. I mean, there's a lot of folks out there who are already providing some sort of, I guess we'll call it LLM native observability platforms, but how many observability platforms are you really going to want? How many do you need? I don't know, but I guess it all depends on who starts the conversation. A data science team might find the observability provided by some startup that's native better, or may decide that those people speak their language better. Other folks are going to say, hey, as LLMs become part of the IT operations framework, and the IT team especially starts taking over more of the management of the inference engines and everything around that, maybe it makes more sense just to do that with an extension of our existing tools. It's a battle. There are lots of observability companies, and I guarantee you that all of them are going to be extending those platforms out to LLMs.
Yeah, and not only are there lots of observability companies, but there's just so much more to observe these days. I mean, business leaders have so many things that they're trying to keep track of. Even just the large language models, there's so many being used.
Yeah, it's impossible to keep track of the application environment without some sort of platform like these, because it's just too complex. There's too many dependencies, too many microservices. Nobody's sure exactly what gets connected to what. And it's not uncommon for folks to have issues where there's some sort of degradation in performance, but nobody knows why or what the root cause of this thing is. And unless you have some tool that lets you launch queries and find out what's going on, or maybe in a more advanced state, use some machine learning algorithms to kind of surface what those issues are, you're going to be looking for those issues for months before you find them. And then the maddening thing about it is it takes you 2 minutes to fix it once you find it.
That's how it always seems to go. So the last of our news today is about Lenovo. Lenovo has added a bevy of platforms optimized to run AI apps, including offerings from third-party partners that have now joined its alliance program, including a virtual assistant that provides customer assistance via a kiosk, which has been developed in collaboration with DeepBrain and NVIDIA. So how do you think this will impact the enterprise?
I'm hoping that Lenovo vetted these folks, and that's part of the value proposition. That's not always the case with some of these OEM deals, shall we call them, where sometimes they're just happy to have any software to bundle with something, and then they ship it out the door. And if there's an issue, they go yell at the software vendor. I think in AI, given everything we just talked about, people are concerned about what's real and what's not real and what that can be trusted. And if Lenovo is going to, lend its credibility to that, then that bodes well. I just hope that, that's what we're going to get as the output, because in the past, sometimes, it's been hit or miss with these types of bundling situations. And I think we need to hold everybody to a higher standard here and start looking at these hardware vendors and just say, it's great that you want to be part of this, and it's awesome that you got infrastructure to go with that, and we're definitely going to need it. But if you're just bundling stuff together to sell units, I promise, got the back end of that equation, people are going to hold them accountable.
Yeah, of course, we're seeing that a lot more often. All the big companies seem to all collaborate and partner together and bundle different services into their tools.
Yeah, and a lot of these agreements, we used to call them Barney agreements, right? They're basically, I love you and you love me, and hopefully we'll sell something together. These AI deals need to be better than that. They need to be things where it's been tested, it's been vetted, it will be supported, it will be some sort of money back guarantee when it doesn't work. It's got to really have some real weight behind it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that brings us to the end of all of our articles we're sharing about today. So what are your final thoughts for our audience?
I think it's an exciting time. I think we're on the cusp of entering some sort of new phase here, right? I would say the first phase was all about AI startups and the soap opera and the drama that went with that. And, I'm sure it will make great made-for-television series someday, or Netflix, or wherever it's going to be. But I feel like we're getting down to business now, and we're starting to see ways to operationalize this stuff with people who know data. And so I say, as always, follow the data.
That's right. It's always the data. So that concludes our show. I want to thank our audience for staying tuned, and let us know what's your favorite news that we've shared today and what would you like to hear about in the future. And have a great day.
See y'all later.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Techstrong Women, where we feature amazing women doing amazing things in tech. I'm Jody Ashley, executive producer here at Techstrong, and I'm here with my co-host, Tracy Reagan, creator and CEO of DeployHub. Before I introduce today's guests, I want to give you a quick update about what's happening here at Techstrong. Join us on Thursday, July 10th for Cloud Native Con Now 2024. You can register for this and all of Techstrong events by going to techstrongevents.com. And be sure to tune in every day to techstrong.tv for great shows and interviews. Hey, Tracy, what's on your mind today?
Well, thank you, Jody. And, I'm going to put a plug out there for Techstrong Gang, too, because we have some really great conversations, and sometimes they go sideways, and I love that.
We started a new thing on Techstrong TV with our team here and Tracy and some other guys called Techstrong Gang. And you can see that on Techstrong TV every day. And it's just news of the day, topical stuff, and it can go sideways.
It's news of the day, which I think is really important, because right now news is going pretty fast, right? Technology is changing. There's a lot of, there's a lot of buyouts. There's a lot of companies that are merging. So it's a really good time.
Something else just popped up today.
Yes, legislation. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the government's involvement right now in solving security problems. So this past week, or maybe it was a little bit, probably sometime in May, NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, they have committed and they have spent some money to try to catch up on the backload of CVEs coming across, which is great because, everything that we do, we have to, it's not that the NIST is the only CVE. There's a lot of places where CVEs are found, but there is a big backlog. I think that they said that there were in 2023, we were looking at about 33,000 CVEs, up from probably around 25,000 in 2022. So what's 2024 going to look like? And the backlog just kept getting bigger and bigger. So I'm super happy to see that while the government is starting to put pressure on, private organizations, private enterprise to solve this problem, they're going to step up and spend some money to get rid of the backlog. Now, I don't know if they'll be able to, because the better we get at scanning and the better we get at understanding vulnerabilities and how to find them, the more we find. But we do need to have remediation steps. We do need to understand scoring. Scoring is so important in CVEs because there could be CVEs floating around out there that nobody understands has got a high score because they haven't scored them yet. So thank goodness, right? The government is stepping in to help us out on this battle of getting rid of vulnerabilities, because we have seen some whoppers over the course of the last few years, and there are probably whoppers that are still out there, and we need that help. So thank you. Thank you to NIST and whoever funded that. I'm assuming it went up the chain, but we got some funding to help with CVEs and building out our CVE databases and understanding risk to these new ones that are coming across every day.
Cool. Great. Thanks, Trace. All right. Well, I'm excited to introduce our guest today. Her name is Karima Kapoor. Karima, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you're doing, what you're excited about.
So my name is Garima Kapoor. People usually mistake it for Karima. That's completely fair and fine, as long as I know you're calling me and writing me the right checks. I don't mind.
Awesome.
So, I'm one of the founders at Min.io, and previous to that, I was doing angel investing in the startups. I mean, being in Bay Area, you really cannot escape the world of startups. And prior to that, I was in academics. I have a PhD in finance and economics. So it has been quite a transition coming from academic world to the world of startups. It has been super exciting and energizing, to say the least. And so that's a little about me.
Well, that doesn't, we have so many of the women who show up on our Techstrong women started in some kind of math at university, some kind of math. Nice. Economics tends to be a very common one.
Huh.
Yeah. I was an econ major. And then I realized I was better at programming than I was at econ.
It is quite amazing because I grew up in India, and somehow engineering and computer sci it never even crossed my mind that I wanted to be in that major, or I don't know, it just never presented itself as an option for me because my parents wanted me to become a doctor because that's the traditional route.
Yes.
And then because I did not want to listen to my parents, I'm like, I'm going to do economics just to rebel against. That was my rebellion.
Well, I think you chose the better option. Not that, I respect everybody who goes into medicine, but man, the industry you're in right now is moving super fast. So the question I have for you, how did you go from, I get the transition from econ into angel investment. Obviously, your background in finance is what startups are angels are looking for. How did you make the jump from angel investor to a CEO? I think you started probably as a CFO, but in a startup in a very techie industry. I mean, an object store database is about the most obscure thing you could possibly try to talk about. And to try to think about, it's all about disruption, right? Object stored versus a database, it's completely a different model. So how did you make that leap? That is a humongous leap. I'm really interested in hearing that story.
I think the leap was towards entrepreneurship. I think not so much in, actually solving the problem. I think the biggest leap that I made personally was making a decision that I needed to do something of my own. And, when you're part of the startup world, you're surrounded by all things latest and greatest, a lot of energy, a lot of good ideas. And there was always a craving in me that if I did not build something of my own, I will just be forever unhappy. And I just made it very clear. And I just thought that was the right time for me to make that leap happen. So I think that leap was very instrumental for me. And then, once you make a decision about something, then everything starts falling in place little by little by little. But the first step is the most important step, I always say. And you mentioned about my journey from COO to CEO. In startups, titles are just titles. I always say that. And as a founder, I think that's the biggest responsibility that you have. Because as a founder, you are building something, you're seeing a vision, or you're seeing something that doesn't exist now, right? You're seeing 5 years ahead, you're seeing 10 years ahead, and you are actually building a world around that will look like that in 10 years as per your vision. So I think being a founder is a lot more important than any title can give you. But of course, as things build up, the startup, starts scaling at a certain stage, then that's where the things really start to streamline. You bring in more people, and that's where the roles also try to streamline a little bit more. So that's the reason why, from title-wise, from CFO, COO, and CEO now.
I get that. I've had many titles. I have several cards depending on where I'm headed. But why an object store? What kind of piqued your interest in this particular area? And who helped you build this? This model. Yeah, give us a little bit of insight about what you struggled with, and I really want to hear about what you went through when it came to raising funds. Were you the front person, or did you put somebody else as the front person as you began to raise funds?
Yeah. So I'll answer the first part of the question. So, once I took the decision that I needed to do something of my own, I did not know what problem we are going to try and solve. And of course, when anyone wants to be like a first-time founder, storage is the last thing they'll think about picking it up. Like, it's the most unsexiest topic out there.
Yes.
Start with the grandiose plans.
It's pretty geeky. Let's say it is about the geekiest as you can get.
Yeah, so we were experimenting with multiple problems, trying to figure out what should be our next step. And as part of that process, as we were discovering different problem statements, the underlying, the bigger challenge was always around data, right? Always, right? In terms of devices, in terms of, at one point of time, we were trying to build a bionic device that can listen everything around you. So that was pretty cool. But again, it came down to data. And, as we went more and more further in our discovery phase, and, every founder goes through that soul searching phase, it became very apparent that data is a problem that is going to be relevant now, and it is going to be relevant or even more relevant 10 years from now. So that was a simple thing. And once we kind of condensed on that understanding, then when it comes to data, there are only a couple of things that you can do. And I'm giving a very high level view, right? You can either approach it from a compute standpoint, where you want to derive analytics on top of the data that is sitting, or whether you want to get intelligence out of it. And the second phase is either you can store massive amount of data at scale. These are the only two approaches I feel like in a data world that you can take at a super high level. And for us, it was important that we take the control of the data, because we know that if data is sitting on our platform, then anything we build on top of it to extract more value on it will be only more meaningful, and it will only deliver a lot more value to our users, to our customers, and so on. So that's how we condensed on, and one step at a time came to the understanding that, okay, this is what we want to go after. And then in terms of why object storage, it was the right time because AWS, had convinced the world that object storage is the right kind of technology to build, to bring all or bulk of your unstructured data on, or bulk of your semi-structured data on. And that's the data that was growing rapidly. So we thought, okay, AWS S3 will only be restricted within AWS. We'll just free it up and bring it to rest of the world. So that was why we selected object storage. And in terms of my journey, right? So I'm not a engineer, so I needed someone to help me build the product. And once we decided that this is what we wanted to do, I had to convince my husband to join because he's the engineer and he did a successful startup in the past as well. So, he's also part of the entire startup world. So, then we kind of formulated, because I know that whatever he does, it'll be a piece of art. I know how he approaches the problem. I know how he builds the product. So I can blindly trust him to build something that is going to resonate to the customers. And once, you have that kind of foundation, you cannot go wrong. So that was the journey of, starting of Minayo. And in terms of fundraising, it's quite interesting. I didn't have much experience in terms of fundraising. So a lot of the fundraising, and AB was the CEO at the time. AB is the co-founder at Minayo, and he's also my husband. So he was leading that, quite honestly. I was supporting him in terms of putting a business proposal. At an early stage, you can do so much on the business proposal side because you don't have those validation points from customers or whatnot. But that was the journey in terms of fundraising. And because of the successful past, also because of how I have been connected in the startup world, people kind of knew and had a trust in us as well. So funding was not necessarily the biggest challenge for Minayo. We had our first check the day we incorporated. So it was relatively a smoother journey. And then once you raise the money, of course, then it becomes a different, ball game altogether. So then you're on a clock to deliver, to build the product, all those good stuff happens.
So, as an angel investor, how many companies were you involved with where a woman was leading the charge and the CEO and doing the presentation? And, and did you see a lot of women in that role?
No, I didn't see. I'm just, as you were talking, I was trying to think about the investments that I have done. I don't think so. I came across. Yeah.
Isn't that fascinating?
It is unbelievable. And even now, and I brought this up, I think just yesterday or day before yesterday to some of my colleagues, there'll be like big meetings happening and I would be the only woman who would be present, or big dinners, customer dinners, and I would be the only woman present. And or someone from my team would be present, to take the chance. So it's quite amazing that in 2024, we still have this kind of,
Tracy, do we not hear this every single interview? I was just waiting. I was waiting for it. I was the only woman in the room statement literally happens almost we've done 40 of these.
Yeah.
And it's just such a theme, and it's so frustrating.
It is frustrating. It's very frustrating because the problem becomes, I believe, there is a stereotype for who will be a successful company, right? Based on previous experience. Absolutely. And not enough women are in the room to prove that they can create successful companies. So, I really do feel like a lot of women are almost immediately discounted.
110%. I mean,
I would not even challenge that statement in any shape or format. And then I think the only caveat being is that if you've proven your worth in the past through your pedigree or through your, work that you've delivered, then you do bring that credibility when you're walking into the room, and there's a little bit of a different conversation. But if you're just coming right off the boat, then, it's very easy to dismiss. They won't even give you a shot to talk about what you want to do or the vision that you have, or it might be the most amazing thing, but you won't even have a seat at the table. So I think the way investment usually works is a lot based on the trust, lot based, because it's early stage, and I'm talking from my personal experience, right? Where angel investment or even VC investment, they come at a super early stage where sometimes even the product is not there. There's a vision that, okay, this is what we are going to build. This is the problem that we are going to solve. And depending on the gravity of the problem and the trust in the founders that they can deliver a solution to address that problem, a lot of the funding just happens on that, and your ability to build the team. Those are the three critical things on which the funding happens. Now, being a woman, if you don't have that 20, 30 years of experience backing you, you are just dismissed immediately.
I can tell you from experience, I have that 20, 30 years of experience backing me. And getting in the door to talk to them is almost impossibility. Literally, OpenMake software has been around for 30 years and is still making money. For 30 years, how many tools can we say that, right? And we never had to raise a single penny of money.
Lovely.
But that doesn't give me any access at all. It really doesn't. So I'm fascinated by this problem, and I hope that we can continue hammering on it, because it's a real issue. Because if we can't bring women at the higher levels, like you were able to come in and get up to the CEO level, we can't bring in women at the startup level. Those women are the women who are going to hire other women to come in and be the CTOs and the CFOs and the directors and the strategy people. But if we don't find that, if we don't solve that problem, I don't know if we'll ever solve the problem in women in tech, to be honest.
I completely agree with you. And one of the main reasons why we were able to attract women early on as part of startup was because I was there. Quite simply, just me being present there helped so much. Yes. Because especially in engineering, things can get very, if you're a female engineer and you worked in bigger organizations, and I'm not going to name drop them, but you can figure it out. Okay. But there is a very toxic work culture that happens in engineering. It gets very, very toxic. And a lot of the women have gotten burnt in their past, and they don't want to take a shot. It's not worth it at the end of the day. So for me, it was very important as we were setting up the organization that we have the right culture. And thankfully, because I was there, we were able to attract good women, engineer from technology space, who were excited and thrilled to work with us alongside. And I think, women are so less political than men. It's insane. And I always tell that approach that if you get more women in an organization, your culture will just automatically be super healthy. It just you don't even have, it's very straightforward conversation when it happens with women as it, happens when you're dealing with a similar male counterpart. So we've been lucky in terms of having good women presence, but it's not enough. Like, even on the business side, if I need to hire someone to drive business, it is, and I made it mandatory to get me at least a couple of resumes for women to look at. And it was just a challenge to even find those high-powered women. And as a startup, you do need to move fast and hire the right people for the job. But I think you do need to invest some time and be meaningful in terms of your approach and make sure that you're putting that effort, or at least asking the questions. Okay, there are no women coming to interview. Come on, what's going on? So, yeah.
You got to go find them, right? You got to do some work. And I keep saying, discrimination got us into this mess. It's probably going to get us out of this mess. You have to go and find the women. You have to look for them very specifically and recruit on that. It's hard because I've ran into the same thing just in our open source community. Now, this is another area I think is fascinating about your approach. I'm doing the same thing. So you have both a open source core and then a commercial license.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. Yes. And I believe that I think that MinIO has pretty much been adopted by a lot of, Fortune 1000 companies based on that open source core.
Yes.
How important was that to building the company and building adoption and getting recognition?
Extremely important. And it comes from the fact that I truly believe in open source as a philosophy. Like, otherwise, you cannot build a product that is open source. You really truly need to believe that open source is the right way in terms of building the technology, in terms of making things happen at a faster pace. And it's a very different approach than someone who's coming in from a proprietary world. They will never understand the dynamics in terms of managing the community or interacting with the community even. So anytime someone asks me this question about open source, I just tell them that you really truly need to believe in open source, because what will happen is that as you start fundraising, there will be so many pressures along the way and you will be forced to take some decisions, in terms of whether now is the time. Open source worked till it worked. Now you need to make changes from the product or change the licenses and whatnot. So unless you really believe in it, you will end up giving into those pressures. And that might not even be the best thing for the company, because you as a founder, you have the foresight, you have the vision, and you know what works for the company. Investors are coming and meeting you, once a quarter. Of course, they're seeing the patterns. They're only there to give you advice, but don't take all those advice to your heart and implement it right away. That would be my only guidance. So open source has been very foundational. It is who we are as a company. And it is, because of open source, we have been able to disrupt this market. And open source overall has disrupted the cloud market, right? Cloud would not exist without open source. AI would not exist without open source, right? For that matter. So I think none of the tech stack right now is untouched without open source. And I think that is very foundational. And companies are recognizing it. I mean, Microsoft, for a company like Microsoft to wholeheartedly embrace open source, that's a win for the open source community overall, I would say. I mean, that's a huge plus.
Yes. Have you felt any pushback over the course of the last year because of concerns about open source security?
So in terms of open source security as such, no. But, the thing is that, and I'll just take a step back a little bit more because this is a very important topic in terms of concerns about open source overall. The customers or the users of open source, they need to realize that they are getting a lot more value by using something open source. So just to even step back a little bit further, if you are a user, you have two options. There's a proprietary product, same features, capability. There's an open source product, same features, capability. As a user, you should be paying an open source product a lot more than a proprietary product, because open source is giving you freedom in terms of using it the way you want to use, right? Technically, that's the value that is getting delivered, but users don't understand that, and they just take the free part quite literally. And so me, it is always something fascinating when someone in a enterprise world just downloads something from internet. They run into troubles, whether it is security related vulnerabilities or whether it is any kind of, in our case, storage, because of the wrongful configuration leading to some issues and whatnot, and then coming and blaming open source for it. That's not open source responsibility. You as a user are either expected to contribute back or either expected to get the right commercial licenses so that you have the right support in place so that you don't run into these issues. As far as the CVEs, OpenSSL, I think is a quite big open book and an example where a project was not funded correctly and the users were just like using it till, of course, there was a huge security vulnerability, and then everyone took notice of it and started investing it in more. So, open source is an ecosystem. It is not just my responsibility. It is a responsibility of the entire ecosystem. It's responsibility of customers. It is responsibility of users. Investors, of course, they come with a different mindset. They're putting money in a company that is built on open source, that allows a company to build a lot more open source products. So they are doing their bit. But I think everyone needs to come together and not just point fingers to just open source. Hey, open source, there is more security vulnerability there. Come on. I don't buy to that.
Garima, you and I would be fast friends if we lived near each other, because you are speaking to the choir here. I have said that so many times. I'm part of I'm pretty involved in the Linux Foundation. I'm on the board of I was on the board of the OpenSSF for a while. I'm on the board of the CD Foundation. I'm still on their TOC. And Jenkins it has trouble being supported financially.
Yeah.
And Jenkins is used by almost 50% of the world's top companies.
Yep.
Right? And we can't get $100,000 a year to keep it running, right? So there, it's an equal responsibility, right?
Yeah.
I think anybody using a product like yours or like Jenkins should have at least one developer dedicated to be on the open source project and working it.
Absolutely. Even if it is not a developer, there are multiple ways to support it. As ecosystem, you can bring what you can do, right? If not, buy commercial license, buy the right kind of implementation. It's quite, I think just because of the word free in it, customers just run with it and, try to negotiate you down. It's on the daily routine that you come across it. And because of that, and not to blame, customers per se, but they use open source as a mechanism to bring down the cost and not so much in terms of building out the value. That's what, at least based on the community interaction that I have seen. So the responsibility lies everywhere, I think. And if everyone, in an ideal world, if everyone was doing their bit, we would not be running into these kind of discussions. But well, we are here.
We are here. And I know that from what I hear, there are a lot more concerns about using open source, but I don't really believe that enterprises today can move away from it. Were they going to get rid of Linux?
Yeah.
Kubernetes?
Unbelievable, right?
Yes.
No.
And the farther we go into AI, the more open source is out there that we're starting to use. So to your point, this has got to be a community. This is a community effort. And for our open source project, I have those committers and those people who volunteer on that project keep me going.
Yeah,
they really do.
It's quite amazing. I mean, it's quite amazing. Even we have, and for our infrastructure and storage, like I said, it's not the sexiest project out there where, you won't expect that much community interaction. But with us, we have like around 30,000 Slack members who are just hacking on it. And it all comes down to how you engage with the community, the kind of trust that you build with the community, because storage is a very sticky part of anyone's tech stack. And last thing you want to do is, hold them hostage with license keys at the end of the day. What, as a company, right, I do have responsibility towards my investors, towards my team even, right, to make sure that the company is healthy, it is thriving and growing at a good rate. What I have a responsibility is to communicate the value that we are bringing to the table and what kind of value we are delivering to the customer, because then only a transaction happens. Without delivering a value, there is no transaction at the end of the day. And I think that's what we all need to understand. And that's the reason why we have AGPL v3.0 license, because it does protect the organizations in a way or format so that at least the freedom comes back to the project if someone wants to use it in that way, or if enterprises wants to be free of the obligations, they can buy the commercial license. So I have a preference for now copyleft licenses far more than the permissive licenses that some of my peers have been trying to promote. But yeah.
Yeah, I was on the Eclipse Foundation, and we spent a good portion of 2 years writing the Eclipse license. So I did that. It can be detailed, and yes, the license you're running under is probably the most favorable to having a open source core, right?
Yeah, and I don't. Yes, so for us, we created the downstream of MinIO just on March 12th. It's a very recent release, and in terms, like I said, deliver a lot more value, and customers. The behavior of the customers is such that, like I said, initially in an ideal world, if there's a proprietary versus an open source product for same experiences, customers should be paying for open source more because of the additional freedom that they get, but they don't. They will be in their mind because they're getting something physical or tangible or some keys. They value that in a proprietary product. It's quite strange way of looking at things. So for that reason alone, we wanted to build a lot more value in what we deliver to our commercial customers. And that's the reason why we ended up with the downstream release of MinIO upstream. And that's not to say that open source, we are abandoning open source. It's going to be very alive and kicking. Everything will be pushed to upstream first. But for the commercial customers who are using us in mission critical workloads in production environments, for them, they do want to have that hardened release in which features have been hardened, stabilized, and then brought into the release because they have their own release cycles that they have in place for their stack. So that's one thing. Then we added a couple of capabilities more that will enable them to run any environment at scale or in a production way, whether it is throttling of QoS, bandwidth optimization, ability to manage multiple clusters of MinIO from one central unit. So we added those capabilities as part of the downstream, but upstream is pretty healthy, pretty thriving. Like I said, we have now around, I think we have lost track of counting the GitHub stars, but 45 to 50,000 of GitHub stars and 30,000 Slack members. And also our community is pretty active and thriving. So,
that is an amazing success story for an open source project. It really is. It's up there. That is something that you should be so proud of, because there is a heart to open source, right?
Yes,
absolutely. There is a heart to managing the community, and there's a lot of work to be done around that.
Absolutely.
And as you said, it's a disruptive model, right? So how do you position yourself? How do your customers see you against like a Wasabi or a Google Cloud Storage? Do you actually have competitive moments with them? Are you in shootout matches with them?
Law shootout matches are welcome, but so Wasabi plays in a different tier, cheap and deep hosting. Compete directly against AWS. Their pricing is dirt cheap. We don't play in that market. For us, and the way we have built the product is to be someone who's looking for AWS S3, but outside of that environment. Very simple. If someone is looking to build a cloud native architecture, they will need something like MinIO to run their application stack on. And that's where we really shine and deliver our value. So what we are seeing from industry is that on one side, the customers are moving away from the legacy world of appliances. Everything is becoming storage defined. So whether it is Dell ECS of the world or whether it is NetApps of the world, we are replacing those. HCP, PR, we are replacing all those on the field. That's on the one side. On another side, quite interestingly, what we are seeing is that there are companies that were born in public cloud or that actively invested in AWS very early on in terms of moving there. And now they are kind of under pressure of optimizing on their operating margins because cloud is not the cheapest. It is definitely useful and there for a purpose in terms of agility and building your apps and whatnot. But once you want to take those apps in production, if those are very consistent workloads, very needy workloads, you would want to run it in your own environment. Otherwise, the public cloud bills can add up pretty fast. So we are seeing that reverse trend coming in place of customers moving away from their public cloud and building hybrid environment, or in certain cases completely moving out of it and standardizing on Minayo, because we are the closest thing out there when in terms of cloud storage outside of public cloud. So we see both the trends, customers moving away from legacy and customers coming back or building a hybrid environment from public cloud.
Well, again, it's a really fascinating story. So, you've raised about $100 million, which really isn't a lot of money for what you've done. Are you looking at raising more, or what's the path forward?
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because you mentioned it's really not more. I'll give you a nice story there. So when we were doing Series B, and that time we were just 40 people. And we had only raised, I believe till that time, our Series A was 20 million and seed was 3. So 23 million by that time. And we were at Series B asking for, this is the valuation that we want. We will wait for it, but this is what we deserve because of the impact that we have made in the industry. And investors were very fascinated that you're only 40-member team. What will you do with so much of money? And our question was always like that. We should be rewarded for delivering so much value with such little team. Our team should be rewarded. We've earned this. And so that was an interesting conversation. And of course, we are surrounded by really good investors who gave us the funding and whatnot. So in terms of the new fundraise, we have not touched a single dollar that we raised in Series B, which was in we closed in Jan 2022, if my numbers are right. So we are a profitable company. We have large scale deployments of Minayo. I always say customer money is the best money. And we are growing aggressively. We are hiring people, but we have still not touched the 100 million that we have. So only from the seed round and from Series A, we have gotten company to this stage. Series B money is still sitting, so we are not in a rush to do any kind of fundraising. My only thing is that everything needs to be meaningful. Just because the entire industry just is in a mode of race, we don't want to be in that rat race. We want to do things right. We want to set the right fundamentals of the company, because then only you will be able to survive the ebbs and the flows, right? Otherwise, if you're doing things for short-term trends, it is going to bite you no matter what. It might look really good in short term, maybe a year or two, but it is going to come back to you. So for me, it is very important to do things correctly, do things in the right way. Always have your eye on the fundamentals. And because I'm from finance background, I just am also coming from that background. I do want to make sure that company is healthy and it is growing at an accelerated pace. So that's the focus. But yeah, we are not in a rush to raise because of our growth.
So I want all those investors out there who have never believed that women should be running a tech company to hear this story over and over again, to understand that women probably are more averse to risk and more budget focused than some of their male CEO counterparts. We can do a lot. It's amazing what a small company can do with that much, with $100 million. And it's amazing you haven't spent the Series B.
And just to correct that, I think investors should not think of women as risk averse or budget focused, because that's not the right narrative. The right narrative is for investors to see that a woman-run company can be as aggressive in growing with the right fundamentals as their any counterparts in the industry. So I think that is something that I just wanted to
100%. I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, because of working with the investors and me coming from, I know how that certain things trigger certain things in them. So I just wanted to make sure we correct that narrative.
That is a great, that's great insight on your part, since you have been an angel investor. You know their mindset. So what do they, is there an issue with you not spending that Series B? Do they feel like, well, if that money was out on the table, they would be more aggressive on the market?
I don't think so. We've been growing our revenue 2x over 2x. So the point is not about spending. The point is in terms of investment, where can we invest more to see grow maybe 3x or maybe 4x, 5x, right? Those are the decisions that we need to take as a company. What are the right investments that we need to take? It's not about spending a particular dollar amount. It's seeing where can we invest to have the maximum impact. And I think that is where we are even investing, whether it is hiring the right kind of people in the team and building the right kind of culture of the company, building the right kind of foundations of what is the value that we are delivering to the customer. So everything needs to become super repeatable, because that's when the thing starts scaling. And then anything that you put on top of it, it's only going to build and accelerate your motion. So that's where we are as a company. Like I said, we are growing pretty healthy. It's all about what we can do more to grow more at this point.
Yes. So you're a very busy lady, I would guess. What do you do in your kind of your downtime? What is your how do you keep from being too focused on the business and keep a life balance?
I'll answer this question like I tell my other team members as well. So
balance? What balance?
Not so much about work-life balance. And I get this question, and I get questions from sometimes I'll be interviewing, for hiring, and some of the candidates do ask that, and my answer is always this thing that in a modern world, especially post-COVID, with COVID, with work from home, the lines have blurred just so much. There is one thing, and you just need to prioritize. As simple as that. If my kids need me at the school, they need me at the school. As simple as that. The team understands that. Customers understand that. Okay. But if customers need me, my family also understands that. So I think it's all about prioritizing and seeing where you want to invest your time in and what is most valuable to you. There is nothing called as work-life balance. If someone is looking for that, okay, I'll only work from 8 to 5 or 9 to 6 or whatever, they are not ready for any kind of startup world. I mean, it just doesn't work, right? You're a founder yourself. You know how crazy and maddening it can get. So
no, I think that's one good thing that came out of COVID is people's idea of what work-life balance looks like is very different, right? When people understand you're going to go do stuff with your kids, or there's things you've got to take care of, and people get it. Absolutely. I think it's one of the few good things that came out of COVID is that 100%. I think that whole thing is shifted of what that looks like.
I completely agree with you. And I think people have become a lot more understanding of that flexibility. And also I think the communication because of the work from home, and I never believed in work from home, to be quite honest. I'm like, I need to be in office at this time. I need to be on my desk and working. And maybe it comes from me being a woman. I just need to be there, and, or a personality, right? So multiple things. But COVID did transition my thinking in a way, if work from home, because there was no other option, and team adapted, productivity was high. They were able to take care of the family better. And we have a lot of young people with young families. And because I sacrificed a lot, I started the company when my younger son was 1 year old.
Wow.
And I still kind of, feel that I missed out on those early years. And I don't want my team to go through that. So I want to make sure that they have a good environment, because only when they are happy, their families are happy, they'll be able to deliver more for you. As simple as that. It's even from very, capitalist point of view, if you think about all those things, it just works out better in all shapes or formats. So, yeah.
Well, I have to point out that all three of us work with our husbands for our jobs.
Yes.
Which isn't Tracy and her husband.
Oh,
yes.
Nice.
My husband is the CTO of our company.
I have something I want to build. I go to Steve and say, we need to build this. We need to pivot here. I've had to build management all the time. We need to turn around collecting data. I got interested in the data.
Yeah.
About 4 years ago, it was like, we don't collect DevOps data. We don't think about configuration data at all. We need to start collecting that. And of course, I went to him and said, "Can you build this?" But the sad part about this, if we kind of go back to our earlier discussion, is that I really thought that remote work would bring more women back into technology. There's not a better place, especially for programmers, right?
Yeah.
Because if you want to work at 2 a.m, because that's when the house is quiet and you can get a lot done, you could do that.
Yep.
So I'm sorry it didn't, but I do believe that it has much to do with how many men are sitting in the boardrooms and at upper level management positions, and they're not thinking like you are, that we need to do make a little more effort to bring women back into the tech workforce. We had, she was fascinating to listen to, and I'm sorry I don't remember her name, but she used to run Manpower.
Okay.
And she talked to us about the fact that women took a huge hit during COVID. Huge. She said most of them ended up being the caregivers for the kids and become school teachers. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. And I think that's why a lot of women don't prefer work from home or remote because then your duties get doubled. Nobody understands. And I went through the same thing, and I had to set real boundaries in my home that with my kids, and I had to tell them, look, when mama is working, right? Do not come and disturb me. If you want food, you can ask your dad as well. There is an option there. It's like, it's not like I'm the only person at home. So, it's the conditioning also, right? And for women, I felt the pain early on because it was just, everything was on your shoulders. You have to do work, you have to manage kids, you have to manage, and then if there is no food, then I used to feel bad just out of guilt for no reason at all, because I felt that's my job as a mom to at least provide food for my kids. But I just had to just let go of the guilt and set up boundaries. I think that really helped. But I do agree, actually, the women suffered a lot, lot of pressure was on them. And it was very mentally challenging if someone was not very proactive in terms of taking control of things, because and in a lot of households you don't have that flexibility, to be honest, right? So to each their own. At the point of time, you need to see what's important to them.
Absolutely. So ladies, as usual.
Well, we have one more question. We have to ask. Okay, wait, one more question. We always ask this question.
One question here.
What, I love to read, and I've gotten really good book recommendations from this. If you had one book that we should, and the book that my favorite so far recommendation was The Logic of Failure. If you haven't read it, you must read it. It's amazing, amazing book. What would be the book? What do you have a favorite book? Fiction, nonfiction, tech, non-tech that you really love that we should read?
To turn it into the Techstrong Women Book Club.
Oh,
I would love to do that. Are you kidding?
I think I'm forgetting the name of this book, and I'm going to send it out to you. It's a book about culture across the world, and very specific about how people behave culturally and how that actually impacts their business. I'm just blanking out on the name of the book, and I'm going to send it to you after our call once I dig into my Kindle.
Okay.
I think somebody else actually may have recommended that book because it was a book on the cultures and how the different cultures affect your business.
Yes. And that book was very insightful for me, and it actually helped me think through certain things as well, because it was just coming from a different culture and background. Some things might look off for me, but it might be very normal way of them speaking or talking or putting their points across. So for me, that was very, very helpful. But yes.
All right. Well, we'll find it out, and we will.
We'll put it in the description.
Was it called The Culture Map?
The Culture Map?
Yeah, it's the Culture Map.
Is it the Culture Map? Yay! The Culture Map. So everybody, your book assignment, it's the Culture Map. And if you haven't read The Logic of Failure, get that under your belt, because it is a really amazing, it explains so much. Let's just say that.
Well, thank you so much for being here. This was amazing. What a great conversation. Really appreciate that you carved out time in your, we know, super busy schedule, and so quickly. Your team and did a great job of making this happen. So I really appreciate it. And I know Tracy does too.
It's been great, Garima. Thank you.
Likewise, I enjoyed my conversation completely. And like you said, we can be friends. I really feel that
we would be, if we were close, we would be fast friends. We have a lot in common.
So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. This was another great episode of Techstrong Women. Stay tuned on Techstrong TV. There's a whole lot of good shows coming up, and we will see you next time on Techstrong Women. Thanks, and have a great day.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 6-5 Summit. Daniel Newman here, CEO of the Futurum Group. Excited for the continuation of our annual event here, the 6-5 Summit. We've got a returning guest, one that I've always enjoyed talking to, both on the air and behind the scenes. Akash Palgiwala. Akash is the Qualcomm CFO and COO, doing two big jobs for a company that has been absolutely on fire. Great run. Akash, welcome back to the show. I think this is the second time that you've done the 6-5 Summit.
It is, Dan, and it's great to be back. And thanks for having me here. It's looking forward to talking about all the cool things that are happening with the company and overall in the industry.
Yeah, it's really hard to pick. There's so many different directions I could take this thing, like your $45 billion design pipeline in automotive. But actually, for those out there, we'll have Nicole DeGaulle on the summit too. So hold on that thought. We'll come back to that one. But then you have Copilot plus PC. You've got this huge run of form going on right now. That's very exciting. In a whole new breakthrough area of AI PC. We could talk about that. But let's just start with the kind of macro picture for Qualcomm. What's the driving force behind the company's enterprise value growth, the demand, and the excitement? I've followed you for years. I've been through the ups. I've been through the downs. I've been through the litigations. I've been through the M&A. I've been through a lot. And this may be the best moment I've seen in the company's history, right as AI hits its inflection. What's going on over there?
It's really an exciting time for us to be in this industry and be in the company because we have so many technologies in the company that we do organically. And I'd argue that from all the semiconductor companies, we probably have the broadest set of technologies. And the journey that we're on is how do we take these technologies and deploy it across all edge devices? If you think about AI, this is something that we've done for 10 plus years, but we were applying it in a different way. We were using it as an ingredient technology within camera, within audio, within video to make 5G better. But as everyone knows well, we've gone through this inflection point with Gen AI coming in and broader application of AI techniques. And it started off in the cloud, right? We've seen the recognition of that come through broader in the industry. But we're a believer that there's a second inflection point coming in this journey as well. And as you think about computing is done on the device and it is done on the cloud. And we think AI is going to play out the same way. There's not just going to be AI happening in the cloud. There's going to be AI on the device. And that's where Qualcomm comes in. It is completely aligned with our strategy of being the silicon provider of choice on the edge. And as AI comes into on-device applications, we think we have an opportunity to drive differentiation. We have an opportunity to drive replacement of devices, and we have an opportunity to drive our content growth. So those are great things for us. When you think about Gen AI at the edge, there's 3 or 4 key advantages that it brings. The first one in our minds is just privacy and security. There are things that are personal to the user. You want to leave it on the edge. You don't want to take it to the cloud. And Gen AI applications that use personal data can be leveraged on the device. The second is latency. Sometimes, depending on the use case, it's very difficult. It takes a lot of time to go to the cloud and to come back. And certain use cases don't allow that luxury. And we would like to do those things on the device. And then third is really cost. Once you've
acquired a device already, you paid for the compute power that's in the device. So why not use it to run Gen AI and other AI use cases versus always going to the cloud and use very expensive cloud resources to do that? So those are three things are the foundation of new use cases that will come through when you use Gen AI on the device. And the interesting part about our position is we can do it on the phone, we can do it on the PC, we can do it in automotive. You talked about our design win pipeline of $45 billion there. We can do it in XR or metaverse devices. We can do it in industrial devices. And that just puts us in this unique place to take this trend that is extremely disruptive, that's moving from the cloud to the edge, and bring it to all these devices on the edge.
Yeah, I think that connected, intelligent edge commitment that was made a few years ago really has found an incredible inertia, Akash, because I think people didn't quite appreciate what AI was going to do and how it was going to transform just about every interaction that we had with data. And so you now got these, you got the device, you got the PC, you got the automobile, you of course got all the sensor technology that's going on out there. You got, even watching television. I mean, that's the edge now. And then of course you've got these data centers that are explosive, and you've got a exponential amount of data that's going to have to move around. And we're going to have to decide where data belongs and what transports, what stays, what's local. These are a lot of different things to solve. The other thing that's going to need to be solved for too is going to be, productivity, worker productivity. How does AI drive more productivity for, knowledge workers? And the AI PC has been a red hot topic. Recently there was a big Microsoft Copilot Plus PC event, and Qualcomm was star of the show. I'll be candid. I think there were some people that, after Nuvia and after the acquisition, time kind of elapsed. They weren't sure, is this going to be a good thing? And then there's people that kind of look at the PC market and like, that's a really hard market. Like, are you sure you want? And you guys charge through. It seems that you see an opportunity to disrupt that space.
Yeah, so I think it's the DNA of the company, right? If you think about how Qualcomm has grown into other areas, we got into Wi-Fi, we were not a player. We got into RF front end and became the leader. We went into automotive and we became the leader. And what's common in each case is we come from a place of technology. It's all about having the technology leadership, having the best part. And then, of course, there is the channel we need to tackle, learn to work with new customers, learn to work with new ecosystem partners. But none of that matters if you don't come in with the right technology. So when you think about this PC part that we've announced, Snapdragon X Elite, we're very proud of it. I think it comes from a place where we have three very significant advantages. The first is the CPU and the processing power. We think we're going to bring absolutely the best CPU there is in personal computing in any ecosystem, not just Windows. And that's a great place to start. The second is battery life. We're going to have a very long battery life. I think Microsoft talked about a 22-hour battery life when watching content on the device, which is significantly higher than what anyone else can afford in the industry. And we think that's a tremendous kind of tip of the hat to the legacy we come from handsets, where battery life is really at the center of how you design everything. And for the first time, we're going to have a PC which might have a longer battery life than handsets even do. So that's an interesting thing for the consumers to wait for. And then the third one, which really is the topic du jour, is really around Gen AI and how that will completely transform the way the PC is used. And of course, that's Microsoft is at the center of that transition. They outlined a very clear vision of the next generation of Windows, which is called Copilot Plus, and the tremendous use cases that come with it. And what was interesting to us was there were approximately 22 devices, PCs that were launched with the announcement of the new Windows Copilot Plus devices, and every single one of them used a Qualcomm chip. I mean, for us to have come from really no real presence in the PC industry and to then intersect this inflection point in how PCs are going to be used and AI PCs becoming the next generation device, and have really every single device that gets launched using our chip, we're extremely excited. We think we're at the front end of a multi-year change. For Qualcomm, if you think about it, this is one of the largest semiconductor markets there is. And we're coming into that market with a
position of tremendous strength in technology. We think this strength is sustainable. We have this NPU that it's a neural processing unit. Just like CPU is dedicated to processing, GPU is dedicated to graphics, our NPU is dedicated to running AI workloads. And the magical thing about it is that it runs those at extremely low power. And that's important because a lot of the use cases that Microsoft outlined, they need pervasive AI. You need to have models running always in the background when a consumer is using the device. And it's something that cannot be afforded in the chips that our competitors have. And so we're excited. We're at the front end of the line, I think. We get to take our technology and exploit a very large silicon market. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, and some people are actually looking at what you're building as much a competitor to Apple and what Apple has done as to the traditional PC market, which is an interesting perspective because it's always kind of been Mac is Mac, and people that buy Mac would never buy anything else, or almost nobody would ever buy something else. And suddenly there's people asking questions, as you know, especially with what was shown with ARM and Qualcomm and ARM and traditional Apple and ARM, is that there is a different way to build, design, and create experiences on the PC. So it's pretty interesting. I'll let that be my commentary, and I won't ask you to weigh in on that particular part. But what I do want you to weigh in on is, you know, in your recent earnings report, and in fact, I believe it's several earnings reports, Akash, that I've listened to you, I've listened to Cristiano, we've had these conversations. You've been adamant that the diversification strategy is working. You know, anyone that refers to you as sort of a handset or handset chip company is missing the point and the entire opportunity that Qualcomm has identified and is executing against. How well are you doing on this strategy of diversifying the business?
Yeah, so we're very proud of where we come from. We do come from the handset legacy. I think we have a great position in handsets. And as the handset continues to evolve, both in terms of form factor, in terms of the things that it does, and with Gen AI and other technologies coming into handsets, we think it continues to be an extremely exciting area, and we're very proud of it. But, you know, when Cristiano became CEO a few years ago, one of the things he did is he formalized the diversification strategy. We were already doing it to a large extent, but he formalized it. And you've seen us kind of methodically focus on very large markets, silicon markets, where we intersect those markets with inflection points. So if I just quickly go through our track record on that, RF front-end was kind of the first most significant step we took. This is an industry that we did not have any position in it. We were not a player in it. And then we acquired this asset, RF360, that came into the company. And then we built them from number 4, number 5 player in the industry to one of the top players. And we've grown it significantly. We continue to believe that there is growth opportunity left as we take those technologies and now bring it into automotive, bring it into IoT. So that's example number one. The second example is automotive. We've done extremely well. We had no presence in the car. And the automotive industry, as you know well, is going through two transitions. There is electrification and digitization. And we intersected the digitization transition in the industry, and we brought our technologies to bear. We have cloud connectivity with our connectivity solutions. We have digital cockpit solutions. We have ADAS hardware, ADAS software. And all of those things come together in what we call the digital chassis that sits on the physical chassis in the car and really delivers these solutions to cars that are all the way from low end to high end, and then they go across all these different domains. And as we talked about earlier, we have an extremely strong design win pipeline and very confident on executing on the revenue targets we've set. The third market we went after is XR, and that's a market where you've not seen the volume take off significantly, but every leading player in that market is working very closely with us. We're very happy with our relationship with Meta. We're very happy with our relationship with Google, with OEMs in China and Samsung. And we're just at the beginning of how that market is going to reshape our interaction with digital and physical. The next market is what we just talked about. It's PC. Again, a part of our diversification plan. We've invested in PCs for a very long period of time with not much success to date. But I think we're now hitting an inflection point. The industry is changing. Gen AI has come into the picture, and we get to exploit the change in the industry one more time. And then I think the final one that we'll talk about a lot more as we go forward is industrial. I think we're at the front end of how those devices are going to change. They have historically been microcontrollers, wired connectivity devices, but we're at the point where we're going to use a lot more technology in those endpoints. We'll bring in wireless connectivity. We'll bring in microprocessors. We're going to bring in AI at the edge and AI connectivity into the cloud as well. And as those device changes, it presents an opportunity for us to go and exploit that transition as well. So very, very excited about what we've done to date. There is a lot more to come. And what we really want to do is be consistent with investors. We want to lay out a plan and then go execute to it. And we're very happy to see the proof points. We're happy to see us get credit for what we've been doing inside the company for a period of time. And we're going to stay at it.
Well, Akash, I want to congratulate you on the progress. It's been very exciting to watch and to be sort of part of the covering analyst stable and our team to actually made these calls. And we sort of heard you, we heard Cristiano, we saw where it was heading, and we said, that's going to work. And there's a lot of people that I think at times get it wrong. This is one that we definitely got right. It seems that you're getting it right too. And of course, confirmation will come in the metrics. The numbers tend to not lie. Sometimes it takes time for them to flesh out into the final financials, but it's been great to watch. And Akash, I really appreciate you joining me this year once again at the 6.5 Summit. Let's talk again soon.
And thank you so much. Thanks for all the support. You've kind of pushed us, challenged us through the process, and we appreciate it. And there's a lot more for us to do together.
Hey, someday if I'm driving around in a Snapdragon ride car using a Snapdragon PC and a Snapdragon phone, and maybe I'll find myself in a stadium or at an F1 event watching a Snapdragon car. Things are moving along. You guys are doing great, and I appreciate the partnership.
That sounds good. We'll give you a Snapdragon shirt to add to the collection as well.
Appreciate that. All right, everyone, you heard it here. That was Qualcomm COO, CFO, Akash Palkhiwala. Great conversation. Company has definitely executed well. This is going to be one to watch. I'm sure we'll see them again soon or back at next year's 6.5 Summit studio. I'm sending it back to you.
Hello there. This is John Willis. The presentation today is called Dear CIO. And most of you know me, or if you don't know me, I primarily go by Batchakalup or John Willis, DevOps on LinkedIn if you're looking for me anyway. So one of the things that has prompted this, which was, I think we went back 10 years ago, maybe a little less, it was probably maybe 7 years ago, if I'm being a little more accurate. We were concerned about, like, DevOps had been sort of in process. We were doing a lot of great things, and then we sort of felt like we didn't explain what we were doing very well to auditors in large banks. And so we wrote a paper called Dear Auditor, and it was very much like an apology letter, and like, man, I wish we would have thought about this, but now we're going to think about this. And so we were, a lot of us in DevOps, and for those you saw, we ran the first DevOps Generative AI Hackathon with Techstrong down in Boca Raton last year. It was great. We brought in a lot of DevOps thinkers. And we started thinking about, like, not only what does it mean for DevOps, what does it mean, like, how can we create opportunity in some of this new generative AI stuff, but like what, I think some of the conversations, like, what is it going to mean for life of people who support? And then that conversation has continued to the point of, like, we're realizing that the technology is very brittle, it's expansive, and it's like, I kind of joke that there's a technical debt tsunami coming down to the people who are basically in charge of protecting. We're protectors, DevOps, DevSecOps, infrastructure and operations, SRE. And so we started recently thinking about part of Gene Kim's organization creating this paper called sort of Dear CIO. And what this one is Dear CIO, beware that if you thought shadow IT was bad, wait till you see what shadow AI might look like. So that's basically what this presentation is about. And so I wanted to walk you through some things that to sort of be able to get to the technical debt tsunami. I talked about the threats and maybe some suggestions of how, not answers, but like the questions that you should be thinking about. So first we'll go through an introduction. If you don't know who I am, I'll try to go through that reasonably quick, but I'll keep it germane to like why I'm telling this story now. And then we'll go, I think there's an opportunity for us to get level setted on what are the sort of the componentry of these things that we're going to have to support. So we just say ChatGPT, or we talk about LangChain or RAGs. So I have a little section on that. And then I want to talk about like the potential technical debt. What does this mean? What have we learned in the past? What should we be thinking about? And then threats and scope. So I think most of you, I don't know, who know me through DevOps and through Techstrong and DevOps.com, right, know that I've written about, I don't know, somewhere in the neighborhood. I think I'm working on my 13th book right now, which actually is the history of AI, which is going to be a blast. Hopefully that's done in a year. I've written a number of books over the years. Probably most notable is the DevOps Handbook, was co-authored. We also created some papers about sort of DevSecOps, or specifically what we call DevOps Automated Governance. And then I've had a passion on Dr. Deming. So I've recently, in early this year, the paperback version of that book came out, and I've worked for a number of companies. I've had like 10 plus startups, and I do work very closely with the great people at Techstrong AI and on a couple of vendors. Now, I've really, for almost 2 years now, I've been very focused on sort of generative AI as it applies to DevOps. What are the solutions that we can solve in our domain? And more recently, what are the problems spaces that we may encounter, i.e. shadow AI. And so I've actually gone out and solicited myself to a couple of, like, I pick my clients don't pick me. So I tried to find a nice complement of clients, starting with MongoDB. They have a vector database. We'll talk about Atlas Vector Database. So I've been really focused on that. I feel really comfortable with their product suite, their management, and their leadership in the enterprise. On the right-hand side, an open source project called Phoenix Arise. This is observability. And we'll talk a little about the difference between observability and generative AI versus sort of the way we think about, cloud native computing. So it's different. It doesn't measure latency and performance. It latents correctness and hallucinations. And so we'll talk more about that. Also, Hedgehog, which is interesting, where I didn't see myself working with GPUs, but as I learned more about training models, I found that this Hedgehog is, very much what they call composable infrastructure. And it really is the way, if we're going to have to run on-prem, we're going to have network configurations, configuring GPUs, and all the sort of software-defined constructs that we have to do for networking, very complex in this world. And the Mike Dvorkin, who is the creator of ACI for Cisco, is the CTO over here. And like I joke, when Mike Dvorkin asks you to help him out, you say yes. He's a brilliant man. And then last but not least is another tool that really covers the operational side of this stuff. The people who wrote Rancher created a new company called Acorn, and they focus in on something called GPT Script. So this has been a great mix for me to learn, produce more material, and help you to the extent that you'll enjoy this presentation. You can thank them for helping me learn from a lot of their technologies, and they're brilliant people. So, like, why me? And I've said this. This is a joke that I used to bring out in the early days of sort of cloud, and I said that we're sort of like operations people, or people who worry about infrastructure operations, or protectors, if you will. We're like cicadas. We literally, the world gets really messed up. We sort of either wake up, or maybe now they listen to us, and we have to clean everything up. And I realized that I've actually been doing this for 5 decades. I actually started in the 80s with mainframe stuff, but my first sort of transitional next gen big problem that I try to get involved is where back in the day you had data centers with mostly mainframes, but some distributed computing, and you just had these consoles, and you literally, as many humans as you could put, the consoles always were like a 4 to 5 to 1, 10 to 1 ratio. And so a lot of us created this idea of like, how can we automate the things you see on the console? It's called automated operations. And the point I want to make here is in every one of these next gens, there's sort of like, I'd love to create a bar chart where there's the promise of the next gen delivery. There's the actual fulfillment, which is somewhere between 50 and 60% best case. And then there's a level of technical debt that gets left behind. And then as you get to the next generation, which is the 2000s, which probably most of you are familiar with, is just startup configuration management. I used to call it configuration management first generation, but then you had the CF Engine, Puppet, Chef, then to Ansible, really sort of infrastructure as code, right? Which sort of took a lot of the conversation, really created commerce. Like maybe the cloud couldn't have been as successful without it. Again, think about that stack chart of the promise, the delivery, the technical debt, and meanwhile, the prior generation, the technical debt is compounding. Then we get 2010, that whale character, that I'll just call it composable infrastructure, but containers, platforms, Kubernetes, all those things, right? Here again, the promise, the delivery, and at each level, you're having compounded technical debts. We never actually complete the gap between the promise and the delivery is always significant enough, and then we're always compounding technical debt. Now we're in another one where I can guarantee you, as great as these things are, and I'm a big fan of generative AI. I mean, it has changed my life. I've redirected my career again in my 5th decade of doing these things. But the point is, I can guarantee you there's going to be a promise, a delivery, and a compounded technical debt, including all the past generations compounding, right? So I wanted to stick that in the back of your head as we go through this. Dear CIO, you know this is a repeatable pattern. And, and I think this. I was doing some research, and in fact, the Einstein quote is actually misquoted. It actually is from an environmentalist, feminist called Rita Mae Brown. Is insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And it actually goes back to like the 18th century, but she's the sort of the canonical citation quote. All right, so that's the intro, and then I want to talk about okay. So now there's all this stuff, and most of us, I've had the advantage, maybe I've got a year and a half head start on most of you. Maybe all of you are experts, but if you're most people I'm meeting at DevOps Days and the people I do a lot of work with, I've got like a year, maybe a little more than a year head start on you on the terminology, what these things look like, what they're going to do, what their impact is. And I thought a lot about in the early days of being in operations or a protector during, infrastructure and operations, sort of before we coined the word DevOps, but we were sort of doing those things, right? What was something that helped us ground? It was the LAMP stack, right? It just, okay, there was all this stuff going on. It was Apache, and then people were doing PHP, and some people were still doing Perl, and there was MySQL, and it was all what was going on here, right? It was all getting thrown at us really fast. And what do we have to do? We had to support this stuff. And to me, I think what was fundamentally worked really well is the grounding in at least a stack, an acronym that meant a stack that allows us to sort of ask questions about, okay, what are you using for relational database? What are you using for, sort of the web orchestration, right? And I've been thinking a lot about this, and I invented this taxonomy, and not that I want it to be a plaque that John Willis created, the Lorma stack, but I've been noticing that vendors have been usurping some form of a stack, they'll put their letters and I thought, well, wait a minute. What if we step back and said, what are the things that seem to be showing up in most conversations around generative AI that are actually going to cost support opportunities, right? And so there is what we call language model orchestration in either large language model, LLMs, or small language models. And we'll go through these, but think about the LangChain, the Llama Index. Observability, I talked about, this is how do we sort of monitor or evaluate the answers and the questions. We'll go into that. You've probably heard about RAG, more specifically vector databases, retrieval augmentation generation. And then there's a whole set of principles around how are we going to maintain the models that we use, the foundational models, the embeddings that we use from other models, and how are we going to create all of the sort of things that make work internally for our enterprise. And then sort of an emerging conversation is, sort of, you'll hear it rephrased as an army of LLMs or a mixture of experts, or another friend of mine calls an army of bots that solve lots of problems, like this autonomous agent or agent personalization is really interesting. So I think this is a good way that at least I can have a conversation with people, so we're at least grounded in what's your language model orchestration choice? What RAG are you using? And so the fear then, back to Dear CIO, is what I don't want to see happen is us to ignore these conversations. And in a year and a half from now, you are now supporting 30 vector databases from 20 different vendors. You're supporting 5 different orchestration engines from 2 or 3 vendors. You're supporting, like, what is antithetical to everything we learned on how to manage the constraints to create flow, right? Same thing with model providers. And so if we walk through quickly some of the orchestration tools, I mean, you probably have heard of LangChain, Llama Index. The reason I sort of highlight DSPY is I think what we're finding is the LangChains and Llama Index are great getting started tools. And, I'm okay with eating my words in this world, because anybody who tells you they know exactly what's going on is full of baloney, because it's changing so fast. But I think what we're finding is these tools do a lot of under the covers work for you. So you ask a question, it converts your question into an embedding, very technical. That embedding has to match the foundational model or the RAG, the vector database. And there's even sort of some re-ranking and re-questioning depending on the parameters that you chose. There's a lot of stuff that's going on that's being done for you. And I think if the question is that you're writing some chat bot for your corporate headquarters to describe or give a recommendation of where to go to lunch, yeah, LangChain, pretty easy, straightforward, use a modern vector database. But if the answers are how to customize from a buyer perspective a vehicle, or how to answer a question for somebody who climbs up on telephone poles that fit very complex things that are going on with electrical wires and all the complexities of the dangers, the answers could actually kill somebody or cost a lot of money. And we heard the Air Canada story, right? Imagine you're buying a car and you have a dialogue, and like when you get your car, it's like, yeah, no, I said it was supposed to be purple. This is blue, right? Like, again, I'm exaggerating. But the point is, we're finding that the more programmable or immutable that orchestration, you take away all those abstractions and things that make it easier, is where people are winding up for high consequence answers. This is an architecture that we actually came and developed at the Boca Raton, the first DevOps days. There's a great video out on that of what we did in Boca Raton at Techstrong. And this is one of the, from Joseph Enoch's, but Enterprise Vision Technology. But we really worked around, like, what is this going to look like? And, if you have more questions, I'd certainly reach out to us about this. And I talked about observability. And the thing I'll tell you about observability, it is not really the performance, the latency, the CPU, which is still mandatory. Like, so if somebody says we do LLM perform, like a Honeycomb, not to pick on them, or Dynatrace, we do LLM observability. What they're telling you is they're monitoring to the components that possibly are manageable, either on-prem or that they can see some insight to. But what these tools are actually doing is telling you the percentage of correctness of the answer or the percentage of hallucinations. It's a whole different area. And I tend to work with Arise. I think they're open source tool, but LangChain has a built-in Langsmith. And so what are we doing here? We're managing like hallucination management. We're setting sort of thresholds or setting the bar at, like, I want 93% correctness of my answers. And I'm actually using, like, you think about TDD, instead of creating sort of mocks, I'm actually creating questions, and the questions are creating the output of the relevance, the bias, the toxicity, and the drift. And that's what we're monitoring. And so this is a tool. This is one of those tools where it actually is giving me explanations of hallucinations. Right, really, really fascinating stuff. Also tell me latency as well, but also tell me percentage of correctness, and like very powerful tools. And then you have the vector database. And I think vector database right now are the sort of lifeblood of the conversation for enterprises, right? Like, the truth of the matter is most people in large enterprises who are building generative AI, their own internal chatbots or internal copilots, are not training their own models. Most people are putting their data and fine-tuning their data into a vector database, and then using the evaluation software and a process of data ops engineering to get the right answers. And so again, I could go on and on why I think MongoDB is well fitted for the enterprise. You might find some of these tools are great for greenfields, but like this is a company that actually supports vector databases in the document object format and has been doing this stuff at scale for many years. So, but these are some of the participants, and there are more. There's 100 now. And so when I'm thinking about Dear CIO concerns, I'm worrying about, like, if I'm doing this, like, that sounds great, and everybody's going to want to build a RAG. Everybody wants to take their PDFs and get some glorious answers, which you do. I mean, like, you can take a PDF of a bunch of information, throw it into Claude, and it'll give you incredible answers. In fact, one of the things I did with IT Revolution on my Deming book is we put in my book and then created a study guide just from loading a book without doing any data engineering, anything. And the study guide was so amazing. that I didn't know they had done that for me. I asked who wrote the study guide because it was so good. And it turns out it was literally no engineering and just out of the box. But again, if the answers are life or death or can destroy your brand, then you don't want to rely on just enough. But oversharing, making sure that the right answers are going to the right people, right? These are hard problems. We've had these problems in just, relational databases and managing, sort of RBAC for things like Oracle over the years. It's going to be even more complicated now. Simple data discovery, leaks, log leaks, and then there, the adversaries, the either intentional or unintentional or intentional, the sort of the internal adversaries. Like there's just a lot of room to do some like terrible things by, just poisoning the data. Like almost like, creating Easter eggs in data, right? That it could give insight to something once you leave the car. I mean, it's scary stuff, right? I'm not saying don't do this stuff. I'm just saying, dear CEO, beware. And then I just wanted to conflate a little bit, like the models and the providers are not necessarily linked, but I think there is sort of like some synergy, like OpenAI, probably Microsoft Azure, OpenAI is probably for the enterprise the better place to be, Google and Gemini, but even like Anthropic's Claude, like you can run that anywhere. Amazon's gotten really good at it with Bedrock, and then of course Llama with Meta. And then there's the small language models, which are really interesting. These are really good at the edge, very specific purpose, high fidelity, low cost. So again, a lot of trade-offs in how you build this stuff, but Minstrel is a darling child. Microsoft Phi 3 is like really promising, and Google Gemma. And so, all right, next section I want to talk about, sort of the technical debt. That's supposedly, that is a ChatGPT generated tsunami of a computer farm, right? So there you go. That's supposedly a tsunami coming in. And so I thought I'd start with this interesting thing that I just read recently. It's a LinkedIn Work Index Trend and Report. And what's really interesting here is, I won't bore you with the whole thing, but 75% of knowledge workers around the world are using generative AI. Fine. Okay, that's what I expect. 78% of them are doing the BYOAI, right? Does this sound a little different than what we went through with cloud and shadow IT? But here's the thing that you need to sort of comprehend here, dear CIO, or you should be shouting at your CEO about this, is that if you think about shadow IT, if I had a 100,000 person organization, I mean, Amazon, AWS, EC2, S3, the target audience who are really going to use that, and I'm being generous, was 3,000 to 5,000 out of 100,000 people. And look at the mess it created with shadow IT. If you believe this, and I do, that if you get a 100,000 person and 78% of 75% people are bringing their own AI, this is going to be of epic proportion technical debt comparative. Like shadow AI will be at a proportionally, I don't know how many orders of magnitude, but more than 2 or 3 of what we saw with, or at least 2 or 3 of what we saw with shadow IT, right? So, so that's sort of my first data point. And I think there's the cautionary tale, like don't be these guys, the Air Canada group, these people. And the sort of the interesting behind the scenes thing was that they probably weren't even using GPT-2, which is like pre-2019, right? Because if you look back when the actual incident happened, it was probably some intelligent bot that they created, but that wasn't the point. That Air Canada's brand was damaged because they allowed a bot to answer a question that it shouldn't have answered. And that would have been okay, except the New York Times article about it was the poor guy who didn't have a whole lot of money was promised $1,200 in a refund to go to his mom's funeral. And the mean old Air Canada wouldn't pay him because they said it was the chat bot gave the answer and they didn't, right? Like, oh, don't let this happen to you. And so we wrote a letter, and we're going to sort of we got a paper coming out later, probably in the summer, and it'll be sort of refined, and we're doing a lot of research. But like, dear CIO, these are some things, and I'll have the slides available for you that you can get. But be aware, because the other problem that I think I'm seeing, I see it, is like the CEO for certain, and the CIO to a certain extent, is starting to believe the myth of all this is going to reduce headcount across the board. And in some cases, if you have like your 100,000 person organization, you got 500 people, correcting colons and commas and semicolons, then they're probably job is going to change. If you had 20,000 Java developers at a bank, you're probably only going to have a couple of thousand. But what isn't going away is protecting the brand support and all that. That's going to increase. So there might be this blind spot of thinking that it's a pure reduction play across the board. And my belief, it is not. Chris Brown of ODC2, I worked with at Chef, said, when you squeeze the balloon, the oxygen just goes somewhere else. And that's the point of this DCIO letter. And what's interesting is Google learned about these kind of problems that we're going to see now 10 years ago. They wrote a paper in 2013 called Hidden Technical Debt Machine Learning. And so much of it's a very technical paper, but it's readable, of what they learned 10 years ago is exactly as you go through it. And I won't go into gory detail. In the paper we're going to produce this summer, we will spend a lot more time. But it's just amazing. They're always 10 years ahead of us in terms of scale problems, right? And so they document incredibly well what they experienced on the things that, like, this is going to happen to us. So one of the principles is like change anything changes everything. Like, this is a non-deterministic world, right? Where everything is based on probability. There isn't no like, this is the CI/CD run and it should run this way. And here's what the Dora metrics are like. Like some of that, but like we live in a probabilistic world. Generative AI is a probabilistic world. Correction cascades. This is another interesting. Like when you build these models, without a lot of like technical debt or cleansing, what it learns forever. And and some of these neural networks are going to be hard to undeclared consumers. We see in this all the time. I created a model, like there's a famous story recently where a large email provider, cloud-based email provider, created a co-pilot version of it. Within the first day, internal adversaries, or just internal seekers, right? We can call them, corrupt or not corrupt, figured out, it was a Wall Street firm that did this. They were able to figure out what all the bonuses were for all the executives. Right. So again, it gets harder and harder for these things to create RBAC and who gets to see what. The idea is we're putting all this data together. Anyway, I'll go on. There's data dependency debt. There's I talked about evaluations. All right, so let's get into the threats. Again, I'm going through these quickly, because I want to fit this within a time frame that sort of works within the agenda today. And I do, so there's two shameless shout outs. My book on Deming, certainly please buy it. Or I do a workshop, and I'm doing the half day and 1 day workshops for people on, where we actually write code. We learn more about the Lormer stack from a code delivery. We solve problems, and we go through a lot of these sort of organizational design and technical debt. But then the next section is Gen AI threats. And so that I will say this, I'll come out and say this. I think everything that I've read from NIST on AI is just nonsense. And I would dare anybody to challenge me. I'd love to have that debate. Tell me I'm wrong or convince me I'm wrong. But I mean, the way they're describing generally, it just sounds like all the threats you could have made about Google or general search. But I will say OAuth is doing an incredible job, in my opinion, of really rolling up their sleeves and trying to address, nobody has the right answers right now. And if I'm implying that I have all the answers here, please do not accept that or go down that path. I am trying to learn this journey. I might just be a year ahead of you. Maybe I'm a year behind you. I don't know. But the one thing I liked about the recent OWASP paper is on AI, and is that it talks about the first off, let's be clear, there are threats. I've heard a large entertainment executive company tell me this is do or die. This isn't something we can say no to. So what are the threats of not using generative? Competitive disadvantage, market perception, why? Again, I think in the not too distant future, I'm going to expect that I don't have to pull out that thick book in my glove compartment on why this blinking yellow light is happening on my dashboard, right? I'm going to want to be able to ask either my phone, probably my phone, of what is that yellow light, that has this weird thing on it, or even take a picture of it, right? there's going to be a perception of like, why are you not doing this? Because all your competitors are. Innovation stagnation, operational inefficiencies. Like I said, I don't know there's a world where we should have 20,000 Java developers. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just not sure that may make sense given the ability with things like Copilot and code generation and stuff like that. Inefficient allocation of human resources, yes. But okay, so what are the threats? So the threats are we're really, this is a whole new world. One of the things I talked about shadow IT, which was if you go back in sort of the history, and I've been doing this 5 decades, so I have a good perspective of all the things I've done wrong, the things I've done right, what our industry has done wrong, what our industry has done right. When cloud first came out, and I was actually considered one of the early clouderati's, and it's a silly term, but there was a group of us that were considered people that you should listen to in the cloud. And I was one of those early 100 or whatever. And the thing was, it was confusing to a lot of us who were classic sysadmins. This maybe predates a little bit of DevOps, maybe at the same time DevOps was being created. For those who don't know, I was the only American in the first DevOps days. Me and Damon Edwards and a few other of us, Andrew Clay Schaefer, Mark Hinkle, created the first DevOps days in the US at LinkedIn. So like I've been around. So the point being that with cloud seemed really confusing at first. And even like the LAMP stack sort of seemed confusing from a classic sysadmin's perspective. But then we realized at the end of the day, cloud was just virtual. At the end of the day, it was network compute and storage. And like, oh, okay, well that abstraction to start an instance was different than VMware, but like it was still a virtual. In other words, we got over it pretty quick and we're able to normalize our knowledge. I would argue that in this world, it's going to be a longer slope or tail to get over it because everything's different. It's non-deterministic. It's probabilistic. It mostly comes from academia, right? So the immaturity of like what you would expect is what OVAL and STIX and CVEs and it's getting good, and we're starting to get some good research on bug bounties for generative AI. But the point being, like these adversarial attacks, and I'll give you some examples in a little bit, are just far different than anything we're used to, or they meet some criteria of an old pattern, but they're delivered in a way like, oh, wow. Right, and you'll see some of those. So in fact, you'll see it here in a second. New malware opportunities, right? There's a number of really interesting that I've been tracking. Sort of like how the adversaries are taking advantage. One is, when you use like code generation, like Copilot and stuff, right? Just like when you ask ChatGPT a question, it can sometimes hallucinate, and there's a science behind that. It's probable answers, but then also code can hallucinate. So what you'll see sometimes is you'll ask for some code and it'll give back a library to install, and the library doesn't exist. And then, if you didn't know about this hack, you basically run it and it says library doesn't exist, and you realize, oh, that was not really, that was a different name, or maybe it's been renamed. But what the adversaries are doing is they're going out and finding all those hallucinations in code, especially in libraries, and they're actually installing those libraries so that when you basically run that, the library runs, and maybe it sort of does what you think it's supposed to do. It's under covers. They're pwning you. The Hugging Face stuff, like JFrog has done an incredible job, like documenting. There's others, but I'm a good fan of JFrog. JFrog is a good fit, a good community. Like they're part of the Techstrong community. I'm part of their community. So we like them. We like Sonatype too. So we like them all. But I will say that they acquired a company called Voodoo from Israel a couple of years ago, and they're just they are really figuring out some cool stuff. And so Hugging Face. So like sometimes everything new is old or whatever. We ran into this with don't just install a Puppet manifest without testing it. Don't just install a Chef recipe without testing. Don't install a Docker image without testing it or sandboxing it. Well, it's the same thing with Hugging Face. Hugging Face, the adversaries are, one of the things that's happening is your embeddings tends to safe or not, right? Because you can have executable bytecode in an embedding, right? Again, the adversaries are really out to hunt right now, and they're keeping up with this stuff faster than we do. So there's these phishing schemes. There's I talked about, the idea of hallucinations on certain libraries, a certain the belief that is all of the sort of things that you get from a Copilot is authoritative. And therefore, like very much like you sort of, like not to pick on like your aunt or uncle who doesn't know IT when they get this question from some company that says, hey, we know more about your account because it's been compromised, and you hit the link, right? Well, that because if you without some education, you believe there's an authoritative, like, oh, it came in an email. It looks like a very authoritative email. Let me hit that link. Like most of us gotten really good at that, but like it's a redo now. It's like, what if ChatGPT tells us, hey, by authority, I am telling you that this is the answer. You should go here, right? Like that's happening. Reverse engineering is an interesting problem space. I told you about be able to reverse engineering the Copilot for email, right? Or a lot of these embeddings are in the wild. So if you've got enough CPU resources, if somebody has how your data has been vectorized, it's not incredibly hard to reverse engineering from how you would search to how you get the data to actually just give me the data, the original data. So we're working on some like how do you encrypt embeddings, and you don't really encrypt embeddings, but you can do matrix multiplication. So it's really cool. So stay tuned to some of the stuff I'll be writing about. Innovating hacking, and then sort of deepfakes. I have it last because it's not that it's not important, but that's the one that's like very glaringly obvious. The ones that aren't obvious is like the hallucination on code, the embeddings in the sort of the bytecode in embeddings, or the reverse engineering. So, and here again, I had to read when I first saw the OS top 10 for LLM applications. I thought, oh, here we go again. But it wasn't until their paper came out recently, which is like an OS for generative AI or whatever. And I'll try to get the link. And I reread these, and I'm like, you know what? This is all happening, and this is like, good job, OWASP. Really good. I mean, OWASP is great, right? Like the work they've done over the years for security is incredible, and honestly, not always 100% accurate, but like incredible, right? But prompt injection, this is a real problem. Like sort of saying who I'm this, and therefore you should give me these answers, or insecure output handling, right? Or poisoning the data, model denial of service, supply chain vulnerabilities. I mean, like these SLMs are interesting, but like we're going to hear stories about somebody basically taking a data brick, copying a small SLM, and walking out the building with it, which might have like your algorithmic trading, a Copilot for algorithmic trading. Like trust me, this is going to happen. Sensitive disclosure. Excessive agency, over reliance, model theft. That's the one, right? We're like, I think with the LLMs or the large language models, the ones you train, it's going to be a little more difficult to get those. But if we're throwing SLMs at the edge, I remember when, I heard the story about like running Kubernetes in all the Chick-fil-A retail stores. Like, yeah, is the person who cooks the fries going to have to then go reboot the Kubernetes cluster or update the CRUD? But it's not like we probably will see some of the weird edge cases of like maybe GPUs running on the edge. But the point is, it brings a whole nother set of threats, right? And so, like I promised you in the beginning, I don't have all the answers. I am incredibly interested in creating community. Quote, dear CIO, double quote, as a paper, as a let's all get together. Let's get the protectors on the same page, the people who DevOps, DevSecOps, SRE, infrastructure and operations, like what we do. And let's not let, one of the things that concerned us early on is we're seeing couple of new positions being created, a chief data AI, a chief CDAO, CDAIO, a chief data AI officer. It was, like their charter might be inconsistent with the CIO's charter, right? Because they're going to be fast moving. Let's get something. Maybe your new chief AI officer is some brilliant Stanford AI professor. I don't know how much that professor is going to care about GDPR or GRC, risk control audit. How do you just roll up your sleeves and protect the brand? How do you not let a candidate happen? I mean, again, I'm not saying they won't, but that's sort of what we're going to try to discover in the paper. I heard a large insurance company recently where now they don't know all the answers, but they're creating required training for everybody in the company to take this sort of like checkbox. Did you check off that you did take this training? You can't get, you have to get through we've all been through this. You have to go through the training so it knows that you actually did. At least you've been told what the corporation thinks you should do and shouldn't do. So you can't do the do now, ask forgiveness later. Well, I didn't know you weren't supposed to use OpenAI's ChatGPT. No, you were told if you're going to use this, you had to get a request and you had to go through a formal process and you had to use Azure OpenAI, right? Like that now. Now you can't say, well, I didn't know, right? So I think that's a really interesting first step. Platform engineering, right? Like we know platform is going to play an important role here. Patrick Dubois, the godfather of DevOps, is doing a lot of exploration here. I think SRE is going to have to get involved way earlier. Let's not just wait to say, oh, you know what, maybe SRE. Like, remember my comment earlier, I don't want to see an organization like a bank that has 30 vector databases, 15 variations of orchestration, 100 different models, where then none of them are sort of curated in any software supply chain. What if SRE started becoming really good at, like, say, Milvis and MongoDB Atlas Vector Search, and we asked everybody who wanted to be SRE supported that you have to have one of those two vector databases, because those are the two we're really good at. Those ones we run at scale, and or all the other llama, and then you have to have an exception, or we won't manage it, right? I think this is going to be incredibly important for SRE to get involved and be educated and learn this and ask these questions. Secure supply chain, right? All this development of our RAGs, our model embeddings, we have to treat that like a software supply chain. And then everything we did with automated governance. If you read the Investments Unlimited book that I was co-author on, we should be creating digitally signed attestations of the decisions we're making to create these chatbots and copilots, so that when we get audited or we in fact have to explain a breach, we at least have evidence of decisions we made to get you that answer. And even though in the middle there's a really complicated neural network, at least from a human perspective, we've explained our rationale. So I mean, that's there's a couple more things too. I think, as I got a minute maybe left, one of the things I think remember early on in this presentation, I talked about always sweeping under the rug, the compounded technical debt at each generation. Maybe now, and me and Joseph Enox of Enterprise Vision Technology working a lot on this, is maybe now's the time to look at all that generational technical debt. And since the tools to do these conversions, I think Google is doing something really interesting. They have the mainframe assessments program where they're looking at COBOL and JCL and giving you tools to convert that. But what if, and that's cool, but that's a small segment of the real complexity of all the sort of the stuff, the scaffolding we've created in large banks and insurance companies and retail. What if now is the time to step back and say, and one of the things we're writing on the paper is can we create this idea of innovation tax? For every dollar you save on generational technical debt, you can now use $2 for innovation. And I know people are like, well, and this is so like against the grain, right? Because every CEO is like, we've got to be first. We got to do this. But there's no question that, I think this technical debt tsunami I talk about could bury us. This might be the time we literally, don't get out of the hole, because the breaches are going to be so hard. The technical debt that we have will be so complicated. We've got so much in our large infrastructures that we've just been ignoring. And I understand why. Because things that work historically for 50 years. But I think if there was ever a time to do it, maybe now is the time to do this, right? Because the technology of allowing these tools, and the fact that you can send your COBOL programs in JCL to Google and it gets it running on GCP is pretty phenomenal. And it actually works this time. But I'm saying that's just a small segment of all the things that connect all the things. They kicked an iPhone from a large bank all the way back to a mainframe system of record, right? Now maybe it's a time to think about, and these are some charts that Joseph Enox and I, mostly Joseph, have put together. Some interesting data points of how we might want to think about innovative tax. How do we get performance? We'll be writing a lot more about this. In fact, a lot of these charts are going to go into the paper we're writing. And I'll end with, I think my sort of more prolific work prior to this generative AI was this book that took 10 years to write. In fact, if you do any of my workshops, I use my book as the source to learn how to create generative AI. So like you use the book to ask questions about my book, and I teach you how to curate the data, how to do the data ops, how to do the chunking, if anything makes sense, how to create the high accuracy, the observability componentries, the RAGs. And so all my workshops include this. So I include this as my final slide. So anyway, thank you so much. Again, I'm mostly known as Bachagalup. Most places on LinkedIn, if you go John Willis DevOps or John Willis Atlanta, pretty easy to find. I pretty much hang out on LinkedIn pretty much all the time now. So thank you so much.
Discover how cloud native is becoming the new compute stack. At Cloud Native Now on July 25th, we will explore the transformative shift towards modern containerized and microservices-based applications. Learn why Kubernetes remains a dominant force in container orchestration and how WebAssembly is emerging as a powerful complement. Don't miss this opportunity to stay ahead in cloud native development. Register now and claim your spot in the future of tech innovation.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Demetrius Rogers, who's an adjunct professor for the School of Professional Development at Tulane University. And we're talking about cybersecurity, specifically this trove of passwords and credentials that were found and numbered nearly 1 billion, I think, all in plain text. And what are the implications thereof? Demetrius, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for having me.
I think we all know that credential stuffing's been going on for a while, and I do believe that we're all aware that they're hoarding passwords out there. But did the number in this instance surprise you, and what are the implications?
Oh yeah, the number definitely surprised me in this instance. So, of course, RockU has been out since 2009. Initially, with 32 million passwords or so, but now they're up to nearly 10 billion passwords in this particular release.
So to that end, are all those passwords active, relevant? People hopefully theoretically change their passwords from time to time, probably not enough, but do we have any sense how many of these passwords actually are usable?
So over the years, RockU adds on to their database of passwords there. So it's a culmination of the past previous years. And it's also from other breaches that have occurred over the last several years. Basically, they've taken passwords that have been found in those breaches, and then they compile them into this database. From the first initial glance, many people are saying that they are seeing their passwords in this recent breach. Several websites, of course, are now rushing to update their checkers to see if your password has been leaked in this breach, allowing you to search that RockU 2024 breach for your particular password.
Whose responsibility is it to do that? Is it me, the end user, or will each of the services that I'm using eventually get around to sending me an email saying, hey, we noticed your password is in this file?
So initially, it's the end user. I think that an organization checking to see if their particular password hashes are a part of a database like this would be beneficial. But for the most part, we've seen it's usually on the end user.
Well, that's a shame. Don't you think the responsibility kind of lies with some of the people who are providing the software that we're using to access with these here passwords, that they are the ones who gave us to them in the first place?
100%. Yeah, it's something, a check or something like that the organization can do would be great. I think that it's even more concerning with the recent AT&T breach where call logs and text logs were released, combined with their recent breach in the earlier this year with social security numbers. Attackers are able to combine all this information together and then can start getting a profile on a particular user and then using that to basically go after a particular user and gain access to their accounts.
Are we kind of misaligned in our cybersecurity efforts as a result of all this? It seems to me we have spent an inordinate amount of money on protecting the perimeter and all those good things, and yet we have all these username and passwords out there, and you might as well just give people the keys to the car, as it were, and then be surprised when it gets stolen. Do we need to kind of rethink our cybersecurity strategies?
I believe so. When it comes to password, you still have organizations out and companies that still don't require two-factor authentication. I think that enabling two-factor or multi-factor authentication is key, or even getting away, to the newer passkey technology and items like that to get away from a traditional password per se.
We've been using passwords since, I don't know, the first caveman grunted, "Who goes there?" Is this a cultural issue? I mean, are we all kind of like ingrained to use passwords and that's part of the problem?
So I think that for the most part, people, of course, they want to have a password that they can remember. They don't like using, extensive passwords or password managers that could actually make it a little bit easier for them. And they want to be able to use that same password across multiple websites. So that way they don't have a different password. And that's one of the, the big issues, like you mentioned when we first started talking here, credential stuffing. So reusing of that password across multiple websites. And that's just something that as a culture, we find most of our end users doing, using that same password, for their bank. They also use it for their Facebook or their social media accounts. They use that same password everywhere. So once an attacker gets that password, they pretty much have free reign of their entire life, basically, all of their accounts.
Is there a difference between variations of a password, or might as well just be the same password because the bad guys have the tech to figure out the so-called extensions of those passwords?
So that's a good question. So a lot of people ask, should we have special characters, uppercase, lowercase, spaces? It does help. However, once we start, if they have a hash of that password, they can do certain types of hash the hash type of accounts or attacks where they actually take the hash of that password and then they're able to authenticate, of course, with that hash, where they don't even need the clear text of your password. So the special characters, spaces, all that stuff doesn't matter because they have the actual hash.
Is there something different about passwords and PINs? And I'm asking this question because a friend of mine was asking this. He said, I get notices to change my password every 3 weeks now, it seems. But he says, I've had the same PIN with my bank with no issue for 3 decades. So what exactly is the difference here when we seem to be able to maintain some level of security around a PIN, but not a password?
Right. That kind of gets after the passkey kind of technology that's coming out. I believe it's kind of the same technology where you have a PIN to your debit card, you have a certain PIN or passkey that you set up for these websites. But yeah, that's an excellent point. Of course, I've had my same PIN now for years. It's not something you get prompted to do. When you go to an ATM, it's not like, hey, it's time to change your PIN. And then of course, it's only for that particular physical card, right? So, of course, an attacker would have to have a clone of that card or that actual card. And I think that's kind of where the passkey technology is getting after.
What is your sense of, will AI just make it easier for the bad guys to figure out what our passwords are, and what should we be worried about?
So yeah, AI is definitely changing the layout here. So especially with OpenAI, where you can basically ask AI to make these types of calculations for you. Of course, they have some general restrictions in place, but a lot of users are able to get around those restrictions that are in place by our modern OpenAI solution. So AI, as our computational technology is starting to get stronger and faster, I think it's only a matter of time before attackers figure out that password. A lot of organizations do have brute force protection in place, but I've still found several businesses, several logins to web pages that they don't care how many times you try a password, which is bad for a release like the RockU. When you have that many passwords, especially when you start narrowing it down by the other breaches that we've had recently, you can narrow it down to a good little number of passwords for a particular user.
Who's in charge of all this? And I asked the question because theoretically it should be security people, but in my experience so far, we see developers are the one assigning passwords to folks, and then when they build the app, and IT ops people assign passwords to folks when they give them cloud access services. It feels like kind of like everybody's in charge and nobody's in charge. What's going on here?
Yeah, so the default passwords, usually when a software gives you that default password, the first thing it always asks you to do is to reset your password. So a lot of times the user will just use that same password that they're used to using for everything else because they're, initially prompted to do that. So I think we kind of enable that culture as system administrators by having them change that password to something easy. I have seen some built-in checkers recently on websites that have been checking common password lists, not something extensive like the RockU 2024 breach with the 10 billion passwords, but some websites are doing basic checking to make sure you're not using baseball 123, but like we mentioned a little earlier, having some type of check where it's checking an extensive database for a particular hash or particular password would definitely help in this type of scenario.
We also see all these password managers that are out there. Are they effective? Because sometimes I wonder if they're just not bigger targets.
So I do like password managers, but I've always been on the fence about a password manager myself. That's just personally. A lot of security professionals, they believe password managers are the way to go. But my thing is, if somebody gets access to my password manager, they have keys to the kingdom. Because, of course, if you're using a different password for every website like you're supposed to, you're storing it in your password database, password manager. And even if somebody gains physical access to your computer, my computer gets stolen, my laptop gets stolen, they happen to log into my laptop and gain access to my offline, password manager, they have everything. So I'm kind of in the middle when it comes to using a password manager.
This may come as a shock to you, but people are actually sharing passwords even today. And whether it's to access Netflix or just because the DevOps team doesn't want to be bothered learning a new password, there's one password for all. Do we kind of become our worst enemies when we start sharing passwords?
I believe so. So I see it happening a lot when organizations have shared computers or limited resources. So users will share that same password to log into the computer. Some organizations, businesses will do the same thing, even with their QuickBooks logins. They'll start sharing the QuickBooks online logins with other employees just to save a little bit of money on adding an additional user. And I think a lot of times it boils down for businesses and organizations to money. So it may cost, $10, $15 more to add another user. So they rather just share that password. And we see the same thing, with Netflix and Hulu, it just costs money to add another account.
So what's your best advice to folks? Are there a set of best practices or things that they should be thinking about here? And do those things get ranked in some way that makes it easier to implement?
So the best practice that I can recommend is to have multi-factor authentication. And recently, with the AT&T breach where the call and text log, I used to say, SMS is fine. However, with that attack, it's concerning because now attackers can see the short codes that you received the password or the two factors from, so they can imitate that particular website and try to get you to give your code in that method. Just by looking at those text logs, they can identify what service you're using. So I would recommend a software-based authenticator on your phone, an app, versus a text-based authenticator for the moment.
It also seems to me like the cyber criminals are getting a little more, shall we say, cheeky in that they steal the password and then they log in and quote unquote live off the land, and they act like they're part of the company, and they, generally helpful when it comes to facilitating a workflow that they're trying to learn about. And then they turn around one day and start dropping malware left, right, and center. But it feels to me like, the days of smash and grab may be going bye-bye.
I agree. So I recently recovered one organization that user had her password leaked on one of the popular password breaches. Somebody logged into their account. They sat on the account collecting emails for about 2 months. They were looking at the type of emails that were being sent out, and this individual was actually working in accounts receivable. So they saw all the invoices that were being sent out, different clients, basically calculating what this individual does. And they were able to imitate that user to a legit client of theirs, request that the bank account be updated, and they actually got $97,000 out of this other company to be sent to the wrong wire transfer, all before the other individual, the main company even knew it. So basically, they were deleting their emails out of the send inbox. They were deleting it out of the deleted items, and nobody even knew that it had happened until several weeks later.
Yikes. Who should be held accountable when things go wrong with passwords? Is it the individual end user, or have we reached a point where it's just too easy to steal? So even the most sophisticated end users are going to get scammed by all this. So, we can't really hold them accountable no matter how much quote unquote training we give.
Right. Yeah, that's a good question, because, we give all types of training, cybersecurity training, to all of our employees, organizations, but I've seen even seasoned cyber professionals fall victim to a good phishing campaign in the email. So it's tough. I think the end user does bear some of the responsibility to make sure that they are doing what they can as far as having that multi-factor authentication and not reusing that password. But it also is a little bit on that organization and that company, because if they don't have good password policies in place, such as brute force checking, or something similar like what we mentioned a minute ago, checking those top databases for that password, that hash, I think they could share the responsibility in that case.
I don't know. Speaking of, you talked about training, bring you back to a pet peeve of mine, but it seems like the training in cybersecurity is about as exciting as going to traffic school. So do we need to fix that so that people are more engaged and they actually remember and learn? Because part of the issue, I think, is end users, much like the companies they work for, are just trying to check a compliance box.
Right. And I think that's what it is. It's most people that are doing their cyber training nowadays, they just click through it. There's no checks to make sure they actually did it. They're just clicking through it. One way that I found in organizations is actually having a phishing simulation test. So that has been very productive, basically sending out simulated phishing emails, seeing who clicks those links, who opens those attachments, and then actually, delivering, hey, if this would have been a bad email, this is what would have happened to you. I feel like that has been very effective in most organizations, and they actually learned something from it. Having quarterly phishing simulation tests, in addition to, of course, still doing the cyber training, but for those people that actually click those links, having more training, that has been effective for most organizations that have asked me that same question.
In the wake of COVID, too, it seems like we're all using more applications than ever, particularly SaaS applications, and they each come with their own unique set of passwords. Do we just have too many platforms in play, that because each one of them is something that somebody can just hack into?
I agree. We use, there's an application for everything. I like the idea, of being able to log in with, your Google account to multiple websites. So single sign-on, that has been a thing that's been becoming more popular. So organizations are helping with, especially business applications inside their organization, with the single sign-on. That is helpful. But at the same time, if an attacker gets a password that has single sign-on enabled to multiple accounts, then you've still given them access to everything with that single sign-on. So I see it as a double-edged sword.
All right, folks. Well, if you work for an organization where that thin line between you and total chaos is a password, you're probably begging for trouble. So take a minute, think about, hey, is there some other way to do this in a way that people will accept? Because I think the art of the thing is everybody wants better security. They just don't want to be inconvenienced to get it. Hey, Demetrius, thanks for being on the show.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
All right. And back to you guys in the studio.
I'm Daniel Newman, your host, founder and CEO of the Futurum Group. Very excited for this conversation. I have a returning guest, someone I've had on a few of my different shows over the years, Rami Rahim. He's the CEO of Juniper Networks. And today we are going to be talking about Juniper AI native networking, making every connection count. Rami, first of all, thank you so much for joining me again. It's good to see you. It's been a minute.
Thanks so much, Daniel. It's a pleasure to be here.
How are things progressing overall at Juniper?
Well, things are going really great, quite frankly, Daniel. We have been leveraging artificial intelligence now to drive our business and customer results for over 5 years, learning from data, telemetry, deriving insights, and then using that insight to deliver incredible value for our customers.
Yeah, as an analyst on the outside looking in, it's been very exciting to watch all the innovation in the space and, of course, to watch the innovation you've been leading over at Juniper. Now, you're not a recent appointment in terms of your role at Juniper. You've been there, I think you were employee 32, Rami.
32,
So
yes.
you've been through a lot.
Yes.
I want to talk about the future, but before we really dive deeper into this, to what you just shared, give me a little bit of the rundown. Give the audience a little bit of that kind of rundown of some of the innovation and these different periods that you've been through since your time and being the 32nd employee at Juniper.
Yes. So Juniper itself was a big bet on IP being the protocol of choice for the internet, and also is an architectural bet on the need for purpose-built silicon that was required, we believed back then, to enable the internet to scale to what it is today. That was a massive inflection. And honestly, had we not made that bet correctly, I wouldn't be here having this conversation. Juniper wouldn't exist as a company. And since then, there have been a number of really big inflection points in the market. Obviously, mobile computing, cloud computing, which essentially separated the consumers of infrastructure and applications and where those applications and the infrastructure is actually hosted. And that essentially stretched networking and made networking even that much more important. Software-defined networking was an architectural shift that enabled compelling new solutions like our Mist AI Ops capabilities that essentially takes control and management of a networking solution and puts it into the cloud. And of course, we're just beginning on this journey of artificial intelligence. And, my prediction is that AI is going to be bigger than all of the other previous inflections combined. And it's great that we've already been investing in it, learning from those investments and deriving real value for our customers and achieving financial success with the early stages of AI just over the last few years. But I think the best is yet to come.
To your point, how does AI become bigger than every inflection in the past? Well, it starts to become part of everything that we do across technology. And so that has kind of left every person in your role, every CEO on the planet, asking and answering a more complicated question. And I'd love to hear what you have to say. But okay, so everything changed around November 2022 after the generative AI boom, and every company now needed an AI story. What's the big problem that you are solving for Juniper now that AI became the rotation to the epicenter of focus for every tech company and basically every business on the planet?
Right. It's a great question, Daniel. I kind of view it in two different directions. There's first AI for networking. This is the use of artificial intelligence and in particular AI operations to augment human operations to make running networks super easy, less expensive, more power efficient, and also to delight the end user with an incredible experience. That's what AI for networking is all about. But that's not where the opportunity stops. There's also networking for AI, and this is around the recognition that AI doesn't just appear out of thin air. You need the processing power to enable the accumulation of information, the learning, and ultimately the processing necessary to derive incredible value for practically any AI application out there. That can't be achieved with just a single GPU, as you and I know. You need to do this by basically clustering hundreds, if not thousands of GPUs together. That is a high performance networking problem. And this is where the need for not just, industry leading software, but also silicon capabilities that can keep up with the immense performance capabilities necessary to build these clusters of GPUs. So those are the two dimensions that we are investing in to capture the full AI opportunity that's in the market today.
Yeah, there's all of this inference that we want to do. And of course, we hear all about the training that's required, which is kind of the really cool LLMs, and everyone is focused on that right now. But in the end, this data has to move. It has to move in the cloud, in the branch, in the edge network, on the devices. These are going to be really interesting problems to solve. And data, the explosion is exponential. I mean, this is not small orders of magnitude. This is going to completely revolutionize the world. And that's kind of where that multi-trillion-dollar spend number probably came from. But let's get a little bit more particular, Rami, about what you're doing at Juniper. So in January, you launched a new solution. You call it the AI Native Networking Platform.
Yep.
Talk to me a little bit about what that means for the business and the impact you expect it to have on your customers.
Yeah, we're taking a page out of the success story that we have seen with Mist AI Ops in the campus and branch, and essentially making it into an end-to-end AI native platform that runs across every networking domain. And as I mentioned, Daniel, the success is not new for us. So if you look at our Mystified AI Ops powered solutions, they grew 70% in revenue 2022 to 2023. And the momentum remains incredibly strong for us. So we believe that by taking these capabilities and expanding them across the data center, the wide area networking, even up into the application layer, we can see similar types of results in our business from doing that. Why? Because our customers have seen the light, quite frankly. I've seen them go from AI skeptics when we initially introduced our campus and branch AI capabilities into AI believers as they started to see the immense value that this delivers to their business. And I suspect that, I believe that this is going to happen also in these other domains, in the data center and wide area network as well.
Yeah, I don't believe there's room for deniers anymore. I'm just going to be really straightforward about this. I think there are varying levels of enthusiasm right now. And, I do think that we are in a catch-up phase. I think you've probably heard some yourselves and some of your partners and competitors have talked about kind of the backlog of now implementing. 23 was the year of selling AI chips and infrastructure. And now's the year for many of your partners and the world's biggest SIs to get it integrated. But I also like what you said, Rami. You said something about kind of AI being everywhere. And look, I mean, our business, even as an analyst, we used to have someone that was like the AI analyst. And our new perspective is there's no such thing. AI is everywhere. It sits on top of every technology discipline. It's AI and silicon. It's AI and cloud. It's AI and networking. It's AI and you know what I'm saying? So I think the way you're going to have to do business is AI becomes a core part of everything you do. So, let me ask you that. Like, are you going to be able to flip and get the market to buy into this idea that Juniper is an AI company now?
Yes. Well, it's a great question. And not only do I believe we can do this, we have already done it. In the campus and branch, we are true leaders in demonstrating to our customers the power of AI and transforming the experience of both the network operator and the end user. I don't need to prove to you other than to just show you the financial results that we have achieved with our AI-powered solutions that this is something that is a reality today. But I also believe we're just scratching the surface. And the opportunity for us is to expand that capability to every networking domain. And that's what we're doing imminently in the data center, eventually in the wide area network. And then finally, as I just mentioned, this is going to become a key part of leveraging our pedigree, our history of being able to build high performance, highly resilient network solutions and applying those solutions to the AI cluster data center. That is a massive multi-billion-dollar, very high-paced, high-growth opportunity that's for grabs today. And we're investing to capture more than our fair share.
Yeah, look, there's something that that you said there about the proof, and of course, as someone that watches markets very closely, everybody out there wants to see the clear revenue inflection, meaning how is AI adding? How is it net revenue expansion? But I think there's two parts of it. There's almost the table stakes aspect that you have to first prove that AI is core to your solution, and then you have to prove that the market's willing to pay something more, whether that drives up margin, drives up productivity, drives up the total number of SKUs and demand, and of course, for you, drives market share. And so these are all things that, of course, we're watching. And I think the proof does come in the numbers, but it comes in many formats. And I think the market's still really trying to digest what formats that should come in, other than just this is how much AI revenue, is in this particular business's numbers. Now, having said that, you also indicated that, you see this networking opportunity. A lot of the focus on AI to date has been about compute. It's been, on the infrastructure, especially about compute, and on the business apps and on all the LLMs, it's really more of an application. But what about networking? I mean, it sounds like you've come to the realization that AI can completely and fundamentally change networking. Explain what you mean by that.
Well, there's a number of different things. As I mentioned, the internet was the first big bet that resulted in the birth of Juniper Networks. And I believe the internet is the greatest vehicle for human advancement and innovation the world has ever seen. It turns out that connecting people and things in scales of billions is a very useful thing to do. It's also a very hard problem to solve. And we've solved that incredibly well. AI is going to be even bigger for networking than what I just described for the internet. And the reason is that the processing power that's necessary to achieve these unbelievable outcomes that we're seeing result from AI in practically every single application that you and I can imagine, as well as applications we haven't even imagined before, requires more than just one GPU, more than just a dozen GPUs. It literally requires thousands, if not tens of thousands of GPUs connected together in a high performance way that can operate as a collective single system. That is a networking problem more than anything else. That is the opportunity that is before us today. Today, that market opportunity for networking is actually not that large. It's measured in the sort of few number of billions of dollars. But the growth rate is immense. And I'm referring here specifically to the growth rate of Ethernet networking for clustering of GPUs, for processing of AI workloads, either learning or inference. A massive opportunity with huge growth rates that we're investing to capture.
So I love to ask those sitting in your seat. I say, what makes your AI special? Like, okay, every networking company right now, every cloud company, they're all saying something. What's the Juniper, like, this is what makes Juniper and its AI story special or different?
Yeah. So I love answering that question because I do acknowledge there is a lot of AI washing out there and a lot of lofty claims made by our peers, our competitors in the industry. And I would just ask whoever's evaluating to see what is real from what is fluff and PowerPoint slides is look at the results from actual customers. So Gap Inc. reduced the number of truck rolls to their stores by 85% by leveraging our AI operations. ServiceNow achieved a 90% reduction in trouble tickets in their network operations. FastHost, an 85% faster network service provisioning as a result of our artificial intelligence. So I've just always point those who are evaluating and trying to distinguish between the fluff and the real to look at real customer outcomes. And, we can point our prospects, our customers to real examples across the board around the world.
So let's sit in the chair of your customer for just a minute, because AI is changing their world. It's changing the businesses fundamentally, whether it's, the network partners you have, the enterprises, because you've had a big shift in your business to being more enterprise and cloud centric. How are you seeing it playing out for your customers?
When I talk to IT professionals, CIOs, CTOs of our customers and our prospects around the world, I think there are a couple of recurring themes. First and foremost, it's just insufficient talent, right? There's a talent shortage of skilled IT professionals that are out there. And second, it's budgets. These IT professionals are being tasked with achieving strategic growth for their companies, keeping the disruptors out of their business, digital transformation initiatives. And that requires resources. It requires investment that they're just not seeing at the pace that they need. At the same time, 70, 80% of IT staff today is focused on just keeping the lights on, making sure that the network is just running smoothly. And I think that the answer to all of the above problems is to augment the IT professionals that exist today, the humans, with robots. And that robots is in the networking, just software that's running artificial intelligence to essentially alleviate all of these problems. This, I believe, is why there are so many skeptics that are transitioning to believers right now. There are no better alternatives today. That's the challenge, but then it's, of course, the big opportunity for us.
Hey, Rami, I want to thank you so much for joining, going under the covers a little bit about the AI journey and the story. It's a big opportunity, and I expect Juniper to continue to be a big contributor to the innovation in AI and networking, and I hope I'll be able to have you back soon.
Thanks so much for having me on, Daniel.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Techstrong Unplugged. This is episode 9 of our series, and I'm your host, Atan Solomon. On Techstrong Unplugged, we dive into all things tech and get people up to speed with everything happening across the industry. Recently, our co-host Cassandra Chin went to the Great International Developer Summit, also known as GIDS 2024. At GIDS 2024, Cassandra sat down with Daniel Hinojosa, who is a self-employed developer and educator with 25 years of experience. Daniel discusses his journey from focusing on Java to incorporating other technologies like Scala and Kafka. He also touches on the importance of continuous learning and effective teaching techniques. Finally, Cassandra and Daniel explore the intersection of AI and Java, as well as the ethical concerns and potential for AI in various industries. Without further ado, let's head over to GIDS 2024.
Welcome back to Techstrong Unplugged. I'm your host, Cassandra Chin, and today we're here with Hinojosa.
Yep. My first name's Daniel. Oh, I was looking for my badge. My first name's Daniel, and my last name's Hinojosa. So they had to switch the name, so that's why it was a little confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hinojosa is a derivative of Hinojo, which is fennel.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Can you do a short introduction?
I'm a developer. I've been self-employed since 1999, so I think I'm going on in my 25th year, which is kind of interesting. So, so 25 years. I just realized that right now. So in December, I'll have been self-employed for 25 years. I've been doing a lot of development. I staked everything on Java. So at the very beginning, one of the reasons why I went self-employed was to build a business around this language called Java, and probably one of the best decisions I ever made since then.
What kind of work do you do when you're self-employed?
I've done a lot of things, and I decided to start my work as a contractor who does code for institutions. It could be education, it could be government, it could be a wide range of different things. So I decided to be that Java consultant. This was at a time where a lot of companies didn't have that infrastructure, didn't have programmers. So it was a really good prime time in order to do that. But as time went on, everyone started creating their own IT departments, having their own kind of IT campuses where they would hire loads of programmers. So they all started having their in-house thing. And I started to integrate things like presentations, where I'm on the No Fluff Just Stuff tour, and do instructional training. So I have a lot of customers for that, and that's a blast as well. One of the things I like about it is that I get to talk to other people, and whenever I do trainings or things like that, one of the best parts about that is I always end up learning more than the audience just based on their questions. So I absolutely love that part. That's one of the greatest things about it.
What is the training exactly?
I do trainings, typically Java. So of course, since I have a lot of experience with Java, it will be that. But also my other favorite language is Scala, which is a JVM-based language. I do a lot of Kafka trainings. I do DDD trainings, and a few other things. I recently created a list since I've gotten older. I've created a list of like the technologies I'm going to pay attention to and really just focus on that. I was guilty of like chasing bright, shiny objects all the time. But now I'm getting older. I'm just going to constrict that and just, focus on that. But those are typically the trainings that I focus on today.
So what is in your focus bubble?
Yeah, in that focus bubble, I have Java, Scala. I have architecture, domain-driven design, including some of those. I have some things like, video editing and some other things that I'd like to include with that. Machine learning is absolutely one of them, and how to deploy that. ML ops. So those are some of the few. I'd have to take a look at the full list there, but yeah.
I think there's an issue around Java and machine learning not really being compatible.
Falling behind, yeah. So Java really needs to catch up. I'm really excited about some of these new Java enhancement processes that are coming out. The foreign function memory interface is one of them, to where we could tap in a little bit better natively to the underlying OS, because Python has certainly done that. If you take a look at most Python libraries, underneath everything is just going to be a C library. Java, I think, felt the need to tap into that operating system a little bit more, so they're going that route. And also Vector API on how to tap into the processor and do calculations a lot faster. So I think Java still has the opportunity to catch up. I think they've fallen behind, but a lot of it was, I wouldn't say a surprise, but Python took, ran away with it for quite a while. So Java has some catch up to do, but I'm pretty confident they're going to do well. But they do have a lot of work.
There's a lot of Java developers, so I'm definitely hoping it gets there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
And you mentioned that term earlier, which I totally forgot.
Oh, yeah, Pomodoro technique. So, yeah, Pomodoro technique, Italian for tomato is what Pomodoro stands for. And I'll recommend this to anyone. If you are a student, even if you're like a grade school student, if you're in college, I wish someone told me this when I was in college, but hey, it is what it is. I've been doing this for about 10 years. And the idea is, if you have a thing you need to do and you want to focus on that one thing, you will estimate the number of Pomodoros that it takes in order to do it. One Pomodoro is 25 minutes with a 5-minute break. If you're someone who suffers from things like back pain and a few other things, do the Pomodoro technique. I think you're going to do well. And I'm not going to say it's going to be some kind of miraculous thing, but getting up is going to be a key factor in a lot of things. One of the effects that you get from it is not only less back pain from sitting down too much, but have you ever had that effect that you were trying to solve a particular problem and it was really, really hard, and you've sat down on it and you're suffering, you can't come up with a solution, but the moment you get up and you walk away, within that 5-minute time, you're like, oh, that's what it is. I just remembered what it is. Oh, this is going to be a much better idea. That's the thing that you're trying to achieve with that Pomodoro effect. Constantly getting up and thinking about your particular problems, because you'll always solve the problems when you're not on the computer. So 25-5, 25-5. You do that 4 times and then you take a longer break.
That actually happens to me a lot where I'm at the computer and sometimes I just forget what I was supposed to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
You forget the most important task and you start doing other random things.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's a 25-minute, but you have to be focused on one particular thing. That way you don't, look at that webpage, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Yeah, and so it keeps you on track. And thanks for bringing that up, because that's one of the absolutely major good points about using that Pomodoro technique. Been using it for 10 years, and I usually don't enthusiastically recommend something like this, but Pomodoro technique has absolutely been there. And I think if you have, consistency with it, aim first for maybe 5 Pomodoros first, but, get used to it. I try to aim for 12, which is, if you don't have any meetings, that's 6 hours of work. And I think you're going to get a lot out of it, and it'll kind of push you forward. So if you need that sort of thing, I think you really enjoy that.
What kind of work would you use the Pomodoro technique on?
Definitely not meetings, for one, because meetings are just so random in nature. So those kind of days you would probably have 5 or 6 Pomodoros. But if you have a programming task, if you have recordings, since I know you do recordings, tasks that you need to do, tasks that you need to focus on. I need to study for this. I need to write a paper. I need to do these sort of things. Pomodoro technique is where that's going to work absolutely amazing. And it's going to help you get up so that way you're not sitting and you're not suffering, over a particular task over and over.
How do you deal with the blingy messages which keep calling for your attention while you're working?
Don't do it. Yeah. So if you have, don't look at your email. But here's the thing, it's 25 minutes for doing that. And it's not a lot of time. So if you don't respond quickly to that email message, you have that 25 minutes. You should respond to people. And we just saw a talk on Ken Cousin on managing your manager. You have to, report or respond to requests. But 25 minutes isn't that long, and that's one of the really nice things about that 25 minutes. If someone interrupts you, the idea for a Pomodoro technique is you can say, let me just finish this. I have about 5 minutes in my Pomodoro, or you could just say, I have 5 minutes left, and that's not a long time. And if you build up a trust that you're always going to get back to a particular person, then, more and more people are going to leave you alone at that critical time.
I see. So they have to get used to your style?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, your nuances. But if other people ask about it, and, I've introduced people to the Pomodoro technique using that.
Do you ever recommend it in your talks?
I do. Every once in a while when it comes up and if it's going to be relevant. I did have a talk on Pomodoro technique itself, but I haven't done that in quite a long time. But, yeah, I'll usually recommend that. I'm trying to think about when I have used that every now and then, but yeah, I'll just name drop it every once in a while.
Okay. Sometimes it's good to take a break from the heavy technical content.
Yeah, you know what? Someone uses it on the weekends and I gave it a try. I like playing video games, watching YouTube, things like that. But I find myself sitting, enjoying my life as well. So every once in a while, I'll do a Pomodoro technique on the weekends where I'm just relaxing or playing a video game or doing something. And then I'll do 25 minutes of playing a video game. That way I get up because I have dishes to do, laundry, feed the dogs, tend to the yard or whatever on the weekends. And so in my 5-minute breaks, I'll go to do that. So I don't do that all the time because the weekends are a little bit sacrosanct. You gotta relax and stuff like that. But if I need to do something on the weekends and I don't feel like doing it, I'll do a reverse Pomodoro technique on the weekends.
It might be better than the usual procrastination.
That's the thing, yeah. It helps. You got to do something, and then those little things just add up, and then that way you don't feel like at the end of the night, I got to do all these. So that's really nice.
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, I think just like where I'm at now, everything's going to change. So the things you sign up for today, if you were interested in particular techniques and things like that, be flexible on it. There's a lot to learn. The thing you're doing now is not always going to be the thing that you're going to end up with. And that's just nature, and that's the way that business works. So be flexible, learn something new. And I'll go ahead and include the Pomodoro technique in this. If you want to learn something new, I know this works out. I did this with a closure programming language. I had told myself I'm going to do 2 Pomodoros for me in the morning because that's when my brain is really squishy and super absorbent. Do 2 Pomodoros at the beginning of a day to learn something new, or end of day. You choose the time of day where your brain is the most absorbent. Do 2 Pomodoros every work day. Don't do it on weekends, but every work day. You're going to find you're going to learn a lot about a particular technology actually very quickly by doing so. So that's a really cool technique. And as a reward, everything that you learn, go in and sign up for a local user group. That's the way I got started. So, try a Java group, a Ruby group, a Python group, a machine learning group. Look for user groups in your area and tell them what you know. And then who knows where you're going to go from there. Life is great that way.
I feel like different user groups actually have different age demographics.
They do. Yeah, I think the Java demographics are getting older, but, we always want, new people to sign up and do talks and things like that. I think there's that. And I think there's also going to be a shift if Java, and I'll say when Java catches up on the ML space. It could be they're going to have the mindshare again, and we're going to get young people in. So just like an ocean, things change, movements change, and we'll see where it go from there.
That's actually a really good point. Once Java and AI meet, then There'll be a huge change.
Yep, absolutely. Or at least that's what I'm counting on. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Like maybe points in your talk or...
Yeah, so I'm here at GIDS. Of course, GIDS 2024. This is the first time I've ever been here, so everything's been really excellent. I've been doing a couple of Kafka talks. I did a just get to know Kafka. I'm now, later on this afternoon, I'm going to be doing a Kafka streams with KSQLDB. That one's really exciting. So that one is take a pub sub and do something with it immediately. So if you take, for example, someone submitting a credit card request or something like that, I want to take that information and I want to ingest it and then decide whether I want to give them a credit card or not. That's a stream process. And you do that very quickly. And it's a real-time ETL, or extract, transform, and load. And the ETL part, one of the things that one presentation that I have is machine learning data pipelines, which is use a streaming framework to extract, and as part of the transformation, submit that over to a machine learning network. In my presentation, I use TensorFlow serving. So if you get a credit card report, submit that to TensorFlow serving, and it'll come back with the percentages as to whether you want to provide this person a credit card or not, based on some sort of training model. And then you can go ahead and publish that back into another Kafka topic. Kafka is great because they have, for every topic, you could take the information for it and pipe that over into a database. So it's a lot of fun.
So isn't TensorFlow like AI JavaScript?
It's a JavaScript, but it's also Python. I think I got started with Python, if I'm not mistaken. So are developed in Python.
Are credit cards now using AI to determine if they're valid?
I'm pretty sure they are. I don't work for a bank, but I'm pretty sure AI is used for that. And I'm pretty sure hopefully they're doing it responsibly. I've been attending a lot of talks here just about AI, and I think most of us in the technical community know this, that AI is great, but not to be fully trusted at the first round or second round or third round, right? Always doubt your AI is always a good thing, because you don't know what the models are looking at. You don't know how they're hallucinating and things like that. Always monitor your AI.
Do you think it brings up ethical issues when you have AI deciding things?
Yeah, absolutely. So I am, we're going off the political cliff here, but I'm a firm believer of, police or, airport security and a lot of these, any kind of law enforcement that are using AI. I get really nervous about it. Whenever your civil liberties are at stake, I don't like the idea of AI. I was just reading an article this morning about police using AI to automatically fill out police reports. I'm horrified at that prospect but lawyers need to step in as well. I'm a big fan of lawyers when it comes to AI. I know that's probably I just made your video controversial, by the way. I think there is a really huge opportunity. If you want to invest in it, law and AI is, I think, going to be a very satisfying job. I think it's going to be a very lucrative job, and it's going to be a big necessity. I think if you want to ever decide for that kind of career, asking questions of where did you get this? How did you train your model? Why did it come up to this decision? I need to see the training model. I need to see the data that it was involved as part of any kind of litigation, because you'd hate to go to prison over some AI model making some kind of, hallucination that you should be in jail for some crime that you didn't commit. So, that's where I'm leery on AI. But AI for credit card applications, yes, with a but. People with credit card, there could be one of the ideas that someone told me about Brian Slutton. He said that if you bring in, and part of the hallucination is, if you bring in a zip code as a column, called a feature as well, if you bring in that zip code and the training model trains on your particular zip code, Then it could be, hey, you live in a poorer community because that zip code is associated with a poorer community. And so therefore you're not going to get a credit card, just purely based as a bias on your neighborhood. It could be you're doing well. It could be that, you started to live in a poorer neighborhood and you're doing a lot better. But if it doesn't detect that, and if you don't include that in the training model, you're going to be pigeonholed, and, you're not going to be able to get, credit for opening a business or getting a house or other things like that. So there are huge detriments. I mean, they could be really small, like what zip code you're in.
I think that's where the lawyers come in.
Lawyers, yeah, I know. It's all about, go lawyers, but, as far as this AI thing, I think it's going to be something that, we're going to have to take a look at legally. The other thing is, the copyright. Whenever we use a model, there's data that it took things from. And some of it is somebody's copyright. Someone owned that. And so there's a lot going on there. There's a comedian, Sarah Silverman, who I think she sued one company about, hey, these jokes come from me. You got to pay me for that. So lawyers everywhere. Yeah. So we'll see how that turns out.
Probably over the course of a year or two, there will be lots of fun things going on.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's the new world. So, and we need to figure out how we're going to adjust to AI. But I don't think it's a magic. I don't think it's a magic bullet. I think it's really helpful as developers. I think it's great, and they do offer solutions. But again, always have that doubt. Always have your suspicion that maybe this isn't the right way to go about it. But I think it's a wonderful tool.
I think we covered a lot of interesting topics today.
Yeah.
Maybe a little controversial, but it's interesting.
Yeah, that's right.
So thank you for talking to me today.
Absolutely.
It's been great.
Sandra, yeah, absolutely great. Thank you very much.